Mary, can you hear me in the council chamber?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. Hi, Commissioners. Can you all actually start your video so we can get the meeting started?
Recording in progress.
Vice Chair Williams, do you want to go ahead and get started with the meeting?
Sure. Thanks. Okay. Welcome to, oopsie, what happened to me? Went away. Welcome to the regular Planning Commission meeting of March 22nd, 2022. At this time, I will say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. And the Planning Secretary, please take a roll call for us. Please.
Yes. Vice Chair Williams?
Present.
Commissioner Ebnetter?
Here.
Commissioner Nugent?
Present.
Commissioner Patel?
Present.
Thank you. So at this time, I wanted to give everybody a reminder that due to the physical distancing protocols in place at this time, we continue to encourage public participation remotely. Information on how to provide public comment is explained at the bottom of the published agenda, and there are 2 ways to participate. Join the Zoom meeting by clicking on the link at the top of the agenda. Use the raise your hand button to be called on at the appropriate time. Phone-in participation can be done by calling area code 408-638-0968 with the conference ID number, meeting ID 885-6683-5848, and passcode 188245. When the item of interest is opened for consideration, press *9 to raise your hand to be called on. When called upon, press *6 to unmute and state your name and provide your comments. These options for public comment will remain available until I close the public comment period for the specific item. Okay, so at this time, we'll move on to the consent calendar. And I think we have 2 sets of meeting minutes to approve. We need to approve the Planning Commission meeting minutes from the meetings of January 25th, 2022 and February 8th, 2022. Are there any questions or comments on the meeting minutes? Can I get a vote for, I guess I need a roll call vote for the approving the meeting minutes.
Actually, Vice Chair Williams, we need somebody to make a motion.
Make a motion. Okay, can I get a motion to approve the meeting minutes? Actually, why don't I just do them one at a time? Can I have a motion to, okay, is that a motion to approve the meeting minutes?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve both meeting minutes.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Great. Can I have a roll call vote for approving the meeting minutes for January 25th and February 8th, 2022?
Yes, Vice Chair Williams.
Approved.
Commissioner
Yes.
Ebnetter.
Aye.
Commissioner Nugent.
Yes.
Commissioner Patel.
Yes.
Great. All approved. Thank you. At this time, we're going to open it for public comment. During the public comment period, members of the public may speak on general items of interest within the Commission's jurisdiction that are not on the agenda. Each member of the public may speak for a maximum of 3 minutes with a maximum of 15 minutes for the entire public comment period. The Commission shall not act on or discuss any matters raised during the public comment period which are not on the agenda, but shall refer to matters for staff for review or request such matters be placed on a future agenda. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak this time?
Vice Chair Williams, I see one public speaker. It's David Bohannon. David, I'm going to unmute you. You can go ahead and speak. David Bohannon.
Hi, David. Are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. So this is an opportunity to comment on anything that is not on the agenda. If you have something else that you would
I'm
like
sorry.
to bring to the attention.
I raised my hand at the wrong time, so I'll excuse myself.
Okay. We'll have comment period later for the item on the agenda. So it seems that there's no other members of the public that have anything to bring up.
No
this
other
time.
public commenters at this time.
Okay, so at this time we can move on to new business. And the first, I guess it's item number 2, is the election of new officers. And Manira, are you going to take that item?
Happy to, Vice Chair Williams, Manira Sandhir, Planning Manager. So as the Commission is aware, Chair Maldonado, previously Chair Maldonado had resigned from the commission in the month of February. So this is a midterm or an off-cycle election period. So at this point, if the commission would like to nominate somebody for the chair position, I think that would be appropriate. If a commissioner who's nominated accepts the nomination, I would imagine the commission would vote on it. And of course, if our vice chair becomes chair, then we would also need to nominate and elect a vice chair. With that, I will turn it back to you, Vice Chair Williams.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone like to make a nomination for chair of the Planning Commission?
Through the chair, I would like to nominate Margaret Williams to the chair of the Planning Commission.
I would like to second that nomination.
All right, we'll take a roll call vote on that. Mary, would you please take a vote?
Yes, Vice Chair Williams?
Aye. Well, I guess it's to accept the position of the nomination of chair. Aye.
Commissioner Ebnetter?
Yes.
Commissioner Nugent?
Yes.
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I guess I'm chair, since I was acting chair, for the remainder of this period, which I think goes through the end of June, as I understand it. And then we would have a new term of, at least for the position of chair at that time. So with that, we need a nomination for vice chair. Can one of you make a nomination for vice chair? We should have talked about this, I guess.
I would like to nominate Commissioner Ebnetter for vice chair.
I will second that. Okay. Can we take a voice vote, Mary, please?
Yes. Chair Williams?
Aye.
Commissioner Ebnetter?
I'll abstain from the vote.
Commissioner Nugent?
Yes.
Commissioner Patel?
I think you're muted.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Okay, great. With that, we have Commissioner Ebnetter as vice chair for the remaining period of this year until the end of June, as I understand it. Okay, so at this time, we can move on to item 2 of new business, which is the general plan update. So, Deputy Director Dahl, would you like to start with the presentation? Or I guess, Mary, would you like to make an introduction to the project?
Sure. Item number 3, general plan update, selection of preferred land use and circulation scenarios.
Great. Well, thank you, Chair Williams and members of the commission. This item before you is the selection or a recommendation on the selection of a preferred scenario for our general plan updates, land use and circulation alternatives. As the discussion's been going, this has been a process that has been going on for over a year now. And so we now have 3 alternatives that are under consideration this evening. Before we get started, I wanted to take a moment and acknowledge the general plan team that is supporting this effort. We have a core team here within the City of San Mateo's Community Development and Public Works Department. We have a technical advisory committee staff members that represent all city departments, as well as the San Mateo Consolidated District. And then also we have our consultant team led by PlaceWorks and also supported by PCRC, Good City Company, and a number of other consultants working with PlaceWorks to help develop and bring our general plan through the process. So the objectives for tonight's meeting, as I noted, we are looking to receive a recommendation and feedback on the preferred land use and circulation scenario that goes into our general plan. We will receive public comments, and then that will lead to a commission discussion and ultimately a feedback and or recommendation that gets forwarded along to the City Council. So for tonight's agenda, it will start with a presentation, can be followed by clarifying questions, public comment, and then a planning commission discussion. It can go either way. We recommend starting with the circulation scenario and then moving to the land use scenario. And then once a recommendation has been made by the commission, it will be forwarded on to the city council, where we are looking at the April 18th meeting for them to take up this topic. So briefly, a quick overview of the general plan, where we're at. The general plan is guided by a vision statement and values that were developed with extensive community input at the beginning of this general plan update process. The general plan is intended to guide San Mateo toward being a vibrant, livable, diverse, and healthy community that respects the quality of its neighborhoods, fosters a flourishing economy, is committed to equity, and is a leader in sustainable environmental sustainability. The vision is supported by values of diversity, balance, inclusivity, prosperity, and resilience. This vision and the values should in the general plan, or the general plan should be embodying and upholding these values and this vision. So that this is the basis for which we are working as we develop our updated general plan. So right now we are wrapping up our evaluation of the alternatives and looking to create our preferred scenario. And then we'll be transitioning into the next section, which is the drafting of our goals, policies, and actions. Also running concurrently with this process is the preparation of our updated housing element. It's on a separate timeline as dictated by state law, but it functions as a chapter within the general plan. So ultimately, it will be part of this updated general plan when both documents have been completed and adopted. So the alternatives process. It starts with selecting an updated land use map. The land use map basically guides growth within the city. It determines what can be built, where it can be built, and at what intensity or density. Right now, we have a current land use map that guides growth and development within the city of San Mateo, and we're looking to update this to guide over the next 20 years. So we have three alternatives. We have alternative A, which is considered our lower growth alternative, alternative B, which is our mid growth alternative, and then alternative C, which looks at the highest of the three growth scenarios. And each will be elaborated on more as we get into our presentation. So this kind of builds upon this. This is a rough overview of potential growth in population and jobs. And new housing units that could occur under each scenario. But please keep in mind, these are estimates. This isn't full capacity of the land use, and there's any number of factors that can drive the final growth. But based on the intensity and density in the land use, mix of land uses, these are approximate estimates of the growth that could occur over the general plan's 20-year horizon. So touching on that, each estimate does not assume 100% redevelopment, and the extent and intent, it varies by study area and by alternative. And so these numbers are a basis under each one, and then we will formulate the final estimate once a preferred land use scenario has been selected. Along with this, we are also looking at three draft circulation alternatives that would ultimately go into our preferred circulation scenario and help guide the preparation of our circulation element. We have alternative A, prioritizing a walkable city, and this focuses on investment in pedestrian improvements, pedestrian corridors, traversing challenging intersections, and then looking at traffic calming and safety near highway on-ramps and a pedestrian-focused downtown. Alternative B prioritizes regional connections. It improves transit access at major connections, adds a new east-west transit connection along Hillsdale Boulevard that connects to the Hillsdale Caltrain station, prioritizes high occupancy vehicle and bus lanes, and looks at adding a bus rapid transit along our El Camino corridor. And then alternative C is kind of a mix of all of the above. It supports walking, regional connections, and emerging mobility solutions. So it really encapsulates elements included in both A and B, as well as being more forward-looking and exploring future transportation technologies such as on-demand rideshare services that could further facilitate moving around the city and connecting our residents with where they need to go. One point to touch on that's highlighted in Alternative C is the superblock concept. And so we wanted to provide a bit more information about what this means and how it could be applied to our downtown. So it does not necessarily mean further street closures, but what it does is expanding public space and public right-of-way for other uses. And so you can see in these photos, you are using the street for more than just vehicles. You're narrowing travel lanes. Maybe you're looking at turning two-way streets into one-way, and this helps facilitate enhanced pedestrian and bike connections, outdoor dining, and other uses to activate and revitalize or vitalize the spaces in our downtown. So as noted earlier, the general plan housing element is lives within our general plan, but it has specific requirements. And so a housing element is developed to address 8-year housing cycles. And for this housing cycle, our housing element must plan for 7,015 new units plus a buffer through between 2023 and 2031. All of our study areas, with the exception of a portion of study area number 1 north, include sites that are listed on our housing inventory, and all land uses that have been proposed are equal to or greater than the current intensity to support our housing element, or in many cases, make it even more feasible, as land uses could further expand the buffer if they're adopted. And then one of the key elements, new elements that for this housing cycle, is the fact that our housing element must affirmatively further fair housing. And there's a number of criteria that will be specifically elaborated on, both in terms of the sites inventory and the policies to support this objective in our housing element. In addition, we are working on objective design standards. The city is currently in the process of preparing objective design standards for all multifamily projects. This would be duplexes all the way up to higher density multifamily. And we do have a target of the end of 2022 to get these objective design standards adopted. And they will replace our current subjective or discretionary design guidelines and design controls within our specific plans. And this process will include additional community engagement starting later this year. And so our general plan will be prepared to align with these objective design standards. We also do anticipate preparation of objective design standards for single-family projects in the coming years. In addition, another question that have come up on numerous occasions are the general plan updates the land use map and its relationship to Measure Y. Measure Y is a ballot measure that does retain the height and density limits that were enacted under Measure P, and it does have a sunset date of 2030. Right now, alternatives B and C do include some land use designations that have heights and densities that go beyond the limits set by Measure Y. And so we do want to highlight any components of the general plan, not the entire general plan, but any components, most likely within the land use element, that are inconsistent with Measure Y would require voter approval before they can take effect. And then next slide. And so at this point, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Joanna Jansen with PlaceWorks to pick up the presentation from here.
Great. Thank you very much, Zach. As Zach said, I'm Joanna Jansen with PlaceWorks, the city's general plan consultant. And I want to just continue the presentation by talking about another important piece of context for the general plan update, which is a law called SB 1000, which was passed several years ago and requires cities to address environmental justice as one of the required topics in the general plan when those cities have what the law calls a disadvantaged community. So this law is intended to address the concept of environmental justice, which means the fact that very often in California and throughout the country, we have communities that both bear the burden of disproportionate pollution and pollutant sources, and are also frequently socioeconomically disadvantaged, whether that is lower income neighborhoods, higher representations of people with lower educational attainments, people who don't speak English, et cetera. So folks who are facing both of those kinds of socioeconomic challenges and the burdens of pollution and contamination, when you see those combination of factors at a high level in a community, SB 1000 terms that a disadvantaged community and then obligates the city or county where those communities are located to take steps in the general plan to remedy that situation and improve the conditions in those neighborhoods. When we started the general plan process, there actually were not any disadvantaged neighborhoods identified in San Mateo. However, a recent update to the state methodology for analyzing various factors relating to both the pollution and the socioeconomic factors has resulted in some updates to the tool that the state of California, one of the most important tools that the state of California uses to help communities identify disadvantaged communities. It's called CalEnviroScreen. And this slide shows a map of San Mateo census tracts from CalEnviroScreen. So the updated version of CalEnviroScreen 4.0, which was released just in the past few months, that identified the North Central census tract as a census tract in San Mateo that does meet the criteria for being named a disadvantaged community under SB 1000. And that means that we are going to need to do some focused work on this topic as part of the general plan update. So it's something that we're working on responding to, and we wanted to highlight it for you here tonight, but you'll certainly be hearing much more about it as we continue through this process, and especially in our next round of the goals, policies, and actions for the general plan. Just to give you a little bit of a preview about SB 1000 and its requirements in disadvantaged communities, the law says that we need to develop policies and actions that will help to reduce pollution exposure, increase access to public facilities and healthy food and safe and sanitary homes, and promote physical activity, opportunities for physical activity in these disadvantaged neighborhoods. And crucially, the law also says that we need to engage the affected communities in decision-making about what the needs are in those communities and what types of improvements would best serve those communities. And once we have heard that feedback and identified those needs and improvements, we then need to prioritize those changes as part of the general plan update to address those needs. If you're interested in learning more about SB 1000, one tool that's out there is the SB 1000 Implementation Toolkit. And I want to just highlight this because my company, Placeworks, was a co-author of this guide along with the California Environmental Justice Alliance, or CEJA. And the URL where you can download this toolkit for free is here on this slide. And just to make sure that you understand our next steps, we're going to be focusing on some targeted outreach to residents of these communities to hear again from them about both their needs and potential solutions that the general plan might offer, through creating goals and policies and actions that we would then vet with the affected communities, and make sure that when we publish the draft general plan, it incorporates data from CalEnviroScreen and other sources as appropriate to help understand the conditions in these communities in San Mateo, and also the policies and actions that we've developed working with the community members. So having provided you with a little bit of context for the alternatives and an explanation about the alternatives themselves, I also wanted to briefly touch on some of the findings from the alternatives evaluation report that we prepared to compare the alternatives and help you and the community understand their different outcomes and pros and cons. The alternatives evaluation report looked at quite a number of different topics in San Mateo. These were really tailored to respond to the concerns that we heard from the community in the process of developing the alternatives themselves, and help, as well as some of the legal requirements, such as the need to address environmental justice in the general plan. And before we dive into the alternatives evaluation and your discussion tonight, though, we also just wanted to remind all of us that while we've been spending a lot of time and focus on the land use alternatives and the circulation alternatives, they're very important parts of this process, but they are not the only parts of this process. And when the general plan update is completed, there are going to be a number of other components in that plan, which we're going to be bringing to you for your consideration, including policies and actions to guide city decision-making over the coming years. And even outside of the general plan, there are many other city documents that also are going to affect change and evolution in San Mateo, the zoning code, the climate action plan. And of course, as we all know, there's many other agencies that work with the city and in the city to affect daily life in San Mateo, whether that's transit agencies or the school district or water companies like we'll talk about later tonight. And then of course, there's the private market, private landowners, and the important role that they play as well. So bear in mind that the land use alternatives and the circulation alternatives can help accomplish many things, but they are not the only tool in our toolbox. And so you don't have to feel like we're going to solve every single problem in tonight's discussion. But let's jump into some of the topics that we looked at in the alternatives. One that has received a lot of attention is talking about water supply. Water in San Mateo is provided by a separate agency. It's called Cal Water. And Cal Water is responsible for preparing an urban water management plan looking out 20 years. That the current draft of that urban water management plan, the 2020 urban water management plan, looks at a future of 2040 population in the San Mateo service area that is larger than the population that's smaller than the population that would be foreseen under any of the alternatives. So we don't have a urban water management plan indicating that there's adequate future supply for any of the three alternatives. All of them would exceed the estimates that Cal Water has used for their planning. Cal Water wants to very carefully calibrate water supply to demand so that they are not buying and paying for, and that ratepayers are not paying for the supplies, many years in advance of when they're needed. Therefore, they do these urban water management plan updates regularly every 5 years, and each time they will go out and look for the forecasts from the jurisdictions in their service area. So the next urban water management plan update in 2025 would be expected to draw from the population projections that are consistent with whatever is in the adopted general plan that we're working on right now. And of course, we always want to bear in mind that in the future, conservation measures, higher efficiency, and similar efforts as have been in place and being advanced for many years in California now, would hopefully lead to decreased per capita consumption, as has been the trend over the past couple of decades. And going along with what I was saying just before this slide, water supply planning, of course, it can also be accomplished through goals, policies, and actions in the general plan, through ongoing coordination and collaboration with Cal Water. The city is not the water purveyor, so that collaboration and coordination is extremely important in this case, helping Cal Water to address water supply deficiencies, because the city cannot solve this problem independently. We know that water supply fluctuates in wet and dry years, and it can be very difficult to predict, and that certainly adds a level of uncertainty to all of this. And that's, again, why the urban water management plans are updated every 5 years to be able to respond to emerging trends and current conditions. We've talked about water. We also talked about air. And I know we've heard when we were at the general plan subcommittee, some concern about the fact that some of the alternatives, the land use alternatives, would consider an option of placing new residential development close to some of the freeways that bisect San Mateo 101 and 92, and a concern about the health of the residents of those future homes. And that's a very valid concern. Certainly exposure to the pollutants from high volume roadways absolutely has health effects, and it's an important thing to be mindful of. CARB, the California Air Resources Board, has in the past published, at one time back in 2005, published guidance that indicated that new sensitive land uses that include residential should be at least 500 feet from a freeway or high volume roadway. In the intervening years, a couple of things happened. One is that our fleet mix in California, the vehicles on the road, got newer and more efficient, and our fuel standards continue to improve so that emissions from cars are much less polluting today than they were even back in 2005 and certainly in earlier years. And the other is that the health benefits of infill development in areas like San Mateo that have access to schools, to transit, to services, to jobs, the important health benefits of being able to identify infill locations for new development in places like San Mateo also came into consideration, as well as understanding that if we take those sites off the table, that can push development and people farther out who then have longer commutes, which creates more pollution. So it's a complex problem. But the current guidance from CARB that was issued back in 2017 is more open to considering infill development within 500 feet of high volume roadways, provided that it includes certain strategies to reduce the impacts of air pollution on those sites. And those might be improvements to reduce traffic overall in the community, or improvements to the building itself for ventilation and filtration. So there's several different strategies that CARB supports for improving the quality of development near high volume roadways if cities choose to go that route. Sea level rise, very important topic. This was looked at in the alternatives evaluation. The map on the right is from the alternatives evaluation and shows a couple of different scenarios for sea level rise over in future years. As you can see from this map, our study areas 7, 10, 8, 9, and a lot of 3, and about half of 2 are all affected, as is much of San Mateo, by the potential for sea level rise. So again, this is not something that San Mateo is going to be able to solve or prevent on its own. The city is already collaborating with federal, state, and regional agencies to plan ahead and respond to this problem, and is already working on some specific infrastructure improvements like the North Shoreview Levee and Pump Station Improvement Project, and as well as designing the current wastewater treatment plant to anticipate sea level rise. We've talked a lot throughout this process about jobs housing balance and the concept of having a similar number of jobs and housing in a community to reduce the amount of commute that people need to do both in and out because of the obvious health detriments of that I talked about earlier. This data is from 2018, and at that time, San Mateo had about the same number of people coming into San Mateo to work every day as the number of people who were leaving San Mateo every day. And only about 7,000 people stayed in San Mateo to both live and work every day. So there's certainly a lot of flux on a daily basis. A lot of times people talk about jobs housing is kind of the easy way to refer to this question, but the alternatives evaluation uses a comparison of jobs to employed residents. And this was done deliberately because it can be a little bit abstract to compare a job to a housing unit. Sometimes housing units have 6 people in them. Sometimes they have 1 person in them. That person might be retired or a student, or there might be 4 children in the household. So having a house doesn't necessarily tell us how many workers we have. But when we compare workers to jobs, then we can get a little bit of a better sense of where that numeric balance is. And these are the results from the alternatives evaluation. The current jobs to employed residents ratio as of 2018 was about 1.07, so relatively close, slightly over 1, meaning more jobs than workers. Alternative A would increase that balance. Alternative B and C would be a little bit above and a little bit below 1. So as we see this number get below 1, that means more employed residents than jobs in San Mateo. Of course, just looking at the numbers, even when we're looking at employed residents, still doesn't really tell the whole story because we don't know what kinds of jobs those are. So we took a little bit of a deeper dive into the numbers. And there's actually in most of the categories, let me skip ahead here, that are that are measured. This is from the U.S. Census Bureau, and this version of the data is from 2019, right? So we looked at several different standard industry sectors. Where are there, about 1,000 person difference in who's an employed resident of San Mateo versus jobs in San Mateo. And so those categories where San Mateo is importing workers include construction, retail, finance and insurance, and professional services. And those categories where San Mateo is exporting workers include manufacturing, transportation and warehousing, and public administration. So you see here that in both categories, we have kind of some what we might think of more typically as blue-collar jobs, some white-collar jobs, really kind of a range of jobs in both places where people come to San Mateo to work and cases where people have to leave San Mateo to find work. So I think what this goes to demonstrate to me is that regardless of a numerical match or even a match in the types of industries and the training or education of the local workforce, people make decisions about where to live and where to work for a lot of different factors. And it's something that can be very difficult for cities to control or manage. So I want to also share with you some of the community input that we've heard on the preferred scenario as we've been going through a lot of outreach over the past, really since the beginning of the year. This is summarized in more detail in your agenda report. But we have heard through a series of virtual workshops, pop-ups, that people are definitely interested in focusing on adding jobs and housing near transit, increasing housing diversity throughout the city, not only around transit, but throughout the city. Some folks are very interested in increasing housing densities. Other folks are very concerned to balance new housing and preservation of existing neighborhoods and would like to see the height limits kept as is. Many people agree that San Mateo needs to increase options for affordable housing. One option to do this might include redeveloping shopping centers. And throughout this process, we've heard from many different members of the community about the need to provide parks and open space as part of new development. We also conducted an online exercise that gave people a chance to offer their thoughts on the land use alternatives and the circulation alternatives. People could respond one by one to each study area, or they could just pick an overall favorite. And we also asked them some questions about trade-offs. There was a number of different questions, again, that's summarized in your packet tonight. But just the very top line results of this online survey, we were very pleased to get 400 plus responses, and thank you to everyone in the community who took the time to respond. For the circulation alternatives, the majority of people who responded preferred circulation alternative C, with alternative A as a close second. For the land use alternatives, the majority of people who responded preferred alternative A by almost 2-to-1 over the second favorite of alternative C. We've been tracking kind of our demographics and who we're reaching throughout this process, and that's been a point of significant interest for Planning Commission and GPS and Council. So I wanted to note for you that all of our online exercise results, the folks who responded to the demographic questions on that survey, we did find that the people who identified themselves as homeowners, as over 50 and white, are higher proportion than as represented in the San Mateo population as a whole. So that's important information for us to understand who we're able to connect with through our online tools. And in addition to that, during the early part of this year, the city also issued a community opinion survey. So this is separate from the general plan effort, but it did help inform our efforts. This was a statistically significant survey that reached about 775 households in San Mateo in both English and Spanish. Again, you have a more complete report on this in your packet, but here's a real quick summary. Some of the strongest outcomes of that survey were agreement that too little housing is available in San Mateo that's affordable to middle income and low income families. Respondents to this survey wanted to prioritize adequate water supply, open space preservation, creating new parks, minimizing vehicle trips, creating pedestrian friendly areas, and minimizing pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. So when asked about a list of things that were very important, those are some of the top ones that they picked. The least important planning factors that they picked were keeping building heights low and minimizing the number of new units added to single-family neighborhoods. The survey did indicate that there's support for buildings of up to 8 to 12 stories in order to maintain more land for parks, recreation areas, and community amenities, and to minimize change to existing neighborhoods. One more important source of input that we want to make sure that you're aware of is some of the property owner requests that we have been receiving over the past few weeks as we've been talking about these alternatives. So this is just a table of some of the specific requests. You have these letters as part of the record, and many of these requests were also presented to the General Plan Subcommittee. So with that, let me just summarize the General Plan Subcommittee input on the preferred scenario. We had 2 General Plan Subcommittee meetings on this back in February and March. And thank you to those of you who are representing the Planning Commission on the General Plan Subcommittee. When we talked about the circulation scenarios with the GPS, we had 4 GPS members who spoke up in support of circulation alternative C. 2 GPS members supported circulation alternative A, citing its focus on pedestrian and bicycle improvements. But they also did like the super block concept from circulation alternative C. And we heard from 1 GPS member who supported circulation alternative B, and really stressed the importance of transit improvements to support the local workforce getting to and from their jobs, but also potentially with the addition of the super block concept from circulation alternative C. So a range of opinions about the circulation alternatives. And then looking at the preferred land use scenario, this is just kind of a matrix by study area for kind of how many voices we heard from the GPS about the preference for which alternative in which study area. So again, some study areas had kind of stronger or clearer consensus than others. Others were kind of evenly split. In many cases, GPS members liked kind of a blend of alternatives in different study areas, and that's totally fine. Throughout this process, we've been encouraging members of the public and everyone else to mix and match ideas from these alternatives. You don't have to pick one single entire alternative. And we want to hear from you about kind of the best ideas from all of the land use and circulation alternatives. Some consensus that we did hear from the GPS is about the need for objective design standards to create beautiful spaces, not just thinking about land uses and densities, but thinking about how these buildings are going to look, feel, and function in the city. The importance of allowing a mix of uses for flexibility and of considering potential air quality impacts of new development, especially along highways, which several of our study areas are. So with that, just to close with next steps, as Zach said, we're planning to take this conversation to the council at their April 18th meeting. That will, as always, be a public meeting with time for public comment. And then after we get council direction on the preferred land use and circulation alternatives, we're going to take that back and work on integrating it with the rest of the general plan land use map. The ultimate general plan land use map is going to cover the entire city. So we want to weave our study areas into the rest of the general plan land use map and come back to the council to make sure that we heard them clearly, that we got it right, and that we can move forward with that scenario as the basis for analysis in the general plan EIR. We anticipate being able to do that sometime in this summer. And that concludes the presentation.
All right. Thank you very much for all that information. I have a question, and I guess maybe others may have questions too, so I'll start. I'm wondering, is there, will anyone be going through the 10 or 12 study areas at any level of detail tonight? Or are they available for?
Oh, Chair Williams, we definitely have those slides available, and if there's a desire, we can do a quick walkthrough of those. So that's really, yeah, if there's direction to do so, we can definitely do a quick overview.
Okay. Are there other questions right now, just for sort of clarification purposes from the commissioners?
Through the chair, I'll ask one.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. So this is a question that came up in the last general plan subcommittee meeting, and it's about that jobs to employed residents ratio. If we could pull that slide back up, that would be super helpful. And in that meeting, I had asked about how to reconcile two different pieces of data we have, right? One is that we know, at least in San Mateo County, over the last decade, we have created 11 jobs for every home. And yet we also have this data in front of us that says the jobs to employed residents ratio is close to 1, and would remain close to 1 in all of these alternatives. And I've been trying to reconcile this myself, thinking a lot about, like, what does it mean if we're creating more jobs in homes, but our employed residents to jobs is staying at 1. It could mean that we had a lot of unemployed residents who were looking for jobs, and those jobs came and they took them. It could mean that residents are overcrowding into homes. And we have some overcrowding data from our housing element discussions. And at the last general plan subcommittee meeting, I asked if we had any data surrounding the jobs to housing balance in the city of San Mateo, given that the only public data that's out there is for the county of San Mateo. And I know that staff had mentioned they would try to look into it. So I was wondering if there's an update on that, or if any other additional insight on how to reconcile these two competing pieces of data.
I think that the data presented in the subsequent slides kind of attempts to do that, because that is specific to the city. I think it highlights the fact that we're part of a larger urban metropolitan area where we're adjacent to a number of other jurisdictions. And so even if our numbers just purely are relatively aligned, we do see that factor of a lot of people that live here, work elsewhere, and a lot of people that work here live elsewhere, some by choice, some out of necessity. And so if anything, maybe it's highlighting that there's definitely an imbalance between housing that meets the economic levels of all of our residents as one of the maybe more predominant factors, as opposed to just a pure jobs to housing imbalance. But yeah, I think what we're trying to highlight is it's very nuanced, and that there's a number of factors that go beyond our control. And so hopefully what we can do is drill into those that are within our control and focus on those to help address those real issues where we have residents or people that would like to be residents that can't afford to live here, or residents that have housing conditions that are suboptimal. Great.
And is it possible to get data around job creation versus housing creation? I assume that because of the housing element process and the reporting requirements, we could at least find out how many homes we've created over the last decade. I don't know how easy it is to get job creation numbers.
Julian, I don't know if you have any thoughts on good sources of data for that. I know that is a data point that's definitely collected and broken down by jurisdiction.
We have some data on historic job production in San Mateo in the, I believe it's in the economics existing conditions report that we produced back in 2018 and updated in early 2019. That's on the Strive San Mateo .org website. I can't remember off the top of my head how far back it goes in terms of job creation, but I know it has numbers that were current as of 2018, and I'm pretty sure that has some previous year kind of benchmarks as well, but probably only back, maybe like 5 or 10 years to the early 2000s.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I believe, I don't know if it's in the alternatives evaluation schedule, yet it is in one of the documents addressing the general plan that I believe it was stated over the last 5 to 10 years, our jobs to housing ratio has been 5 to 1. And I know that information is in the documents that the city has put out. I just don't know exactly where it is. But I did see a 5 to 1 ratio quoted.
Thank you for that. Okay. Are there any other questions from planning commissioners?
Through the chair.
Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation, Joanne. Got a couple of quick questions. With the SB 1000 and the environmental justice component of the update, general plan update, and current laws, state laws on housing, AB 648, do those all work together, or are you able to address each one of those requirements cohesively? And how do you assemble that type of a report?
I believe this will be covered, kind of interwoven throughout our entire general plan. What was that second AB? You said SB 686? Well,
I think you're saying 646, the affirmatively furthering. Is that the one you're referring to?
Yeah, 646.
So
they all seem to touch on the same subject matter. I'm just curious about how you assemble it in a concise report as it touches all aspects of the general plan.
Joanne, I don't know if you have any thoughts. I do know that the housing element will speak to affirmatively furthering fair housing, and then the general plan as a whole will be consistent with what is contained in the housing element.
Yeah, we definitely could take advantage of the fact that the housing element has to be prepared on an accelerated schedule. So there will be out in front of us in terms of collecting and synthesizing and distilling the information about affirmatively furthering fair housing, which looks at patterns of segregation and access to opportunity in a very specific way that's kind of required by state law. And based on my understanding of the process of kind of the state review of those documents, that type of analysis will need to be prepared and presented in a very specific way. The types of data that the state wants to see, the types of mapping that the state wants to see in response to that particular law is pretty specific and pretty detailed. So we will have that rich information to draw on for the general plan update, as Zach said. And then the environmental justice that I talked about looks at something slightly different that's not really covered in the affirmatively furthering fair housing laws, which is this question about the intersection of pollution and contamination and how that maps on to low-income communities and communities of color and other factors. So they are certainly related, and we find that these communities are often experiencing multiple different types of challenges, whether that's pollution or lack of access to opportunity or overcrowding, and we do definitely want to look at those holistically.
Okay, great. So I had reached out to Mr. Dahl yesterday, and I was curious where the water consumption, the per capita gallons per day that Cal Water has projected to be 94.5 gallons per day seemed not to be in line with information that I had received prior, where our consumption here in San Mateo was roughly 55 gallons per day. And considering that water is now on everybody's mind and a huge focus, is there any clarity on that, Zach, where they came up, why they're promoting a 94.5 gallons per day?
The 94.5 gallon per day was a per capita number pulled from Cal Water's most current urban water management plan, but it is based on historic water usage. So it's that number was based on prior year consumption rather than looking forward. And it's also for their residential sector as a whole, which does include an area larger than just the city of San Mateo. So based on looking at those numbers and then looking forward, knowing that the growth is going to be occurring in new construction buildings with higher efficiency and conservation, it's very reasonable to assume that the per capita water use for new residents looking forward will be lower than that number.
Yeah, as you and I had spoke, I think the number is considerably low, about half. And if we're using those projections and coming up with water shortages projected by Cal Water, I think it's really important that we understand that and the public understands where we are water-wise and what the correct projections are. That was it for my questions now.
Any questions from Commissioner Nugent?
I actually had most of my questions answered. I do want to say thank you for incorporating the SB 1000 into the presentation. You went above and beyond what I was expecting, so thank you.
I actually did have a question about that. I wasn't sure. I made a note here that in that section of the presentation there was a a matrix of and I wasn't sure what it was measuring. It was, if it's greater than 90 to 100, the Cal Enviro screen. And I'm not sure what that was, what it was measuring. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, we have a lot to present, so I don't want to drill down. I mean, there's a lot to say about this, but to answer your specific question, the scale here on this ledge.
We lost you. Can't hear you. Can anyone else hear?
Yeah, we lost your voice.
Well, that's okay. Maybe we'll. Hopefully you'll come back.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. I can't see you very well, but
it looks cutting out. I'm sorry. I have not experienced this type of technical difficulty. I missed out my video. Okay, I'm going to keep going. I was saying that this is a percentile score from 0 to 100, and these are gradations of 10. So what Cal Enviro Screen does is it looks at 20 different indicators that cover both pollution burden and socioeconomic factors. So this might be things like air quality pollution or exposure to contaminated groundwater, and some of the health outcomes might be asthma rates or numbers of households who speak a language other than English or speak English less than very well. So they take all of those different indicators and kind of score the census tracts in California in a comparative way, and that's where we get the percentile, like the kind of best census tracts, this green color, and the census tracts that have the greatest kind of compounded effects, negative scores in these categories get the higher numbers. And the law says that the census tracts that are, or areas that are in kind of the top or worst quartile, so 75% and above, those are defined as disadvantaged communities. That's what this is.
Yeah, okay, great. That's helpful. I wasn't sure if I had missed something there. Okay, so I think that's sort of helpful to have those clarifications made. And I actually wanted to start, I should have started by saying thank you for the presentation, because it was very, like, a lot of information. And, and thank you to all the people that have put in so much time and energy understanding these issues and working on this general plan update. I mean, the committee members are putting in so much brain power and, considering all the issues at hand for our immediate community and the requirements of the state as a whole. So yeah, thank you so much for all this. I just wanted to say something before we move into the public comment period. what I was, I think the public comment period, this doesn't necessarily relate to that. But I wanted to say that when we as planning commissioners move into the discussion and comment period, I wanted to break it out into circulation first, and then maybe we'll move on and discuss the land use alternatives kind of as a separate item. So, but first I think we should move on to the public comment period. So Mary, how many speakers do we have that would like to make a comment at this time? Mary, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So do we have any people raising their hands to provide public comment?
Yes, we have at this time 9 people with their hands raised.
Okay. Well, I anticipate we probably will have more because we had quite a lot of public comments that were sent to us, by email and written comments. So I think that it would be helpful to provide 2 minutes per person and see where we go with that. So we could go ahead and take the first speaker.
Yes. Our first commenter is Charity Wagner. Charity, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, Charity, you can go right ahead. Yes,
Great.
You can.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Williams, Vice Chair Ebnetter, and Commissioners. My name is Charity Wagner, and tonight I'm speaking on behalf of the landowners of the parcel located at 1501 to 1555 West Hillsdale Boulevard, the Park Terrace Apartments parcel. I'd like to first echo your compliments to staff and the consultant team at PlaceWorks on an amazing amount of work and a huge lift on this incredible update process. We're very supportive of all the detailed work that's being done to help San Mateo strive. As noted in Ms. Jansen's presentation, the landowners for this parcel have submitted a formal request to the city asking for this piece to be identified in the general plan update process with an updated designation from low density residential to medium density residential. This is a 4.4 acre parcel and has current land use development of an apartment complex. There are several benefits to updating the land use designation on this parcel. First being that it's already designated with apartments and is adjacent to 2 major corridors, West Hillsdale and Highway 92. Second, a significant portion of the property is actually underutilized. There's a dilapidated tennis court and some vacant property that could be very well capitalized for additional housing units. It's already surrounded by multiple family residential, and it's very close to the College of San Mateo, so it could really support some faculty and staff housing. In review of the study areas, we are adjacent to study area 6, so we were requesting to see if it's possible to either expand study area 6 or maybe more appropriately be put on the list of individual parcels that could be included in the general plan update process independently. We sincerely appreciate your consideration and hope that we can work together to provide additional housing for City of San Mateo. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you. We have the next speaker.
The next speaker is a call-in user 1. You can go ahead and unmute yourself. It's only labeled as call-in user 1, so we'll try one more time and I'll go back to them if they don't unmute themselves. In order to unmute yourself, you would use *6 if you're the call-in user. Okay. Okay, well,
Hello? Are you there?
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay, I guess I must be call-in user number 1. This is Karen Harrell. I'm a longtime resident of San Mateo. I sent you an email today, but there's one other thing that I wanted to be sure was in the record tonight. I'm sure that you received emails from people talking about the RENA numbers. I know there was some reference to it in some of the emails that were sent, at least today. And one of the things that concerns me is that much of what has been talked about from the very beginning about the general plan update was the need to meet the RENA numbers plus an additional buffer, so that we needed well over 7,000 units that we were going to be able to identify between now and 2030. And then there was a big question about how good were the RENA numbers, how were they developed, what will happen to the RENA numbers after 2030, do we have to plan for them, etc. And I just want to be sure that the Planning Commission understands that the quote from the state auditor that was released recently from one of their reports is as follows. As directed by the Joint Legislative Audit Committee, my office evaluated the regional housing needs assessment, the needs assessment process that the Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, uses to provide key housing guidance for the state's local governments. The availability of sufficient housing is of vital statewide importance, and HCD's needs assessment are what allows jurisdictions to plan for the development of that housing. This is the key question for the Planning Commission and everyone else to pay attention to. Overall, our audit determines that HCD does not ensure that its needs assessments are accurate and adequately supported. So as far as I'm concerned, that undercuts the whole process, the whole requirement, the whole basis on which so many decisions have been made. If the RENA numbers, which many people have said for months and even years now, cannot be trusted, and the basis for them, according to the state auditor, cannot be determined to be accurate or adequately supported, then I think you really need to take a good hard look at not over-planning. And I encourage you, as I put in my email, to support alternative A while we try to sort out what on earth is going on with these RENA numbers, both for now and in the future. So thank you very much.
Great. Thank you for your comments. Okay, Mary, can we have the next speaker?
Yes, our next speaker is David Bohannon. David, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is David Bohannon, President, CEO of David D. Bohannon Organization, the owners of Hillsdale Shopping Center for more than 70 years. We submitted a letter for your consideration that shows our preferred land use map for Hillsdale and wanted to take this opportunity tonight to elaborate on our reasoning. Given the current downward shift in the retail market, we've been evaluating the potential future for Hillsdale and the unique opportunities its evolution presents to San Mateo. While we prepare to start a robust community engagement effort to help us plan for the future, we have already heard that a mix of uses at Hillsdale, residential, retail, and commercial, make the most land use sense that will allow us to explore ways to create a special place, one which will succeed in the marketplace, exceed the community's expectations, and protect the city's fiscal health. We have also heard loud and clear how important it is to respect the edges adjacent to our neighbors. To this end, we have prepared our preferred alternative map before you tonight that proposes the mixed-use high designation along El Camino Real and closest to the train station, and the mixed-use medium designation proposed for the interior. There's nothing I can do
about it. It's not up to me, but you know.
All right, we can hear you.
I'm sorry, interior of the site. Importantly, we show a transitional buffer zone next to the neighborhood, again, to respect the edge along the west. We strongly believe that this proposed combination maximizes the flexibility we need to really create a viable future for Hillsdale while preserving its role as a special place for San Mateo.
Not me, but I think,
Mary, sorry that you're not muted. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, no, yeah. This balance of uses can create an exciting ecosystem that minimizes impacts while very importantly facilitating the opportunity to significantly contribute to the city's housing needs. Thank you all for your hard work on this important general plan process. We look forward to working with the city as the process moves forward and urge you to consider our land use mix as you decide on the preferred land use scenario in the coming months. Thank you all for your time.
Great. Thank you for your comments and your email. All right. Mary, are you there? Can we have the next speaker, please?
Yes, I'm here. I'll make sure to mute myself. Next speaker is Ken Abreu. Ken, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, my name's Ken Abreu. I'm a long-term San Mateo resident and also a member of the Sierra Club Sustainable Land Use Committee. And we submitted a letter to you all in February on this discussion of the alternatives. You know, bottom line is today you're supposed to be coming up with some recommendations to the City Council. And what we would recommend that you do is recommend the land use alternative C, and maybe even parts of B, where B has higher density than alternative land use C. On the circulation, it would also be alternative C for the circulation. The reason for this is because of the extreme lack of housing in this area. You don't have to do a survey to figure out that housing is not affordable to middle and lower income people in this area, in the whole region. And we're way behind. And we're getting further behind as more jobs are going and less housing. So the critical thing to do is make sure we get housing built in this area and that we get it built in a good way. So let's look for areas where we can really increase density. Let's also look to develop the city in a way that's very, positive, providing open space and parks. To do that, you're going to have to go to higher heights in order to get the density and provide those places. But we're in very, very challenging times, and the city is going to have to be innovative and bold to face these challenges, and that's what you guys should put forward to the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ken. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Bradley Carvasek. Bradley, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Bradley Carvasek. I am VP of Development at Public Storage Business Parks. We are the long-term owner of Bayshore Corporate Commons, located at 1720 South Amplet, right next to the San Mateo Marriott. Our site is about 14.5 acres and was developed decades ago as an office park with 8 low-rise buildings, totaling about 340,000 square feet. We submitted a letter for your consideration tonight that sets forth our preference for the site's ultimate land use designation that will be established in the preferred land use scenario. Currently, the 3 land use alternatives show the site as residential, alternatives A and C as residential low, and alternative B as residential medium. Given the site's longevity as an office park and its immediate adjacency to commercial, office, residential, and the 101, we strongly believe that a mixed-use medium designation would be a better fit than the proposed residential designations. Mixed-use density in the existing commercial zone adjacent to 101 and close to the Hayward Park Station makes great sense, especially when considering that the city already has designated the neighboring Marriott site as mixed-use medium. Thus, the extension of that mixed-use medium designation to Bayshore Corporate Commons will create a mixed-use node that better aligns with the surrounding context. This mixed-use designation will also create uses and densities that provide the flexibility required for a viable redevelopment opportunity that can deliver both commercial and residential in furtherance with the city's general plan goals and vision. Thank you for your time tonight and the important work that you are doing for the future of San Mateo. We again respectfully request that you consider the mixed-use medium designation for Bayshore Corporate Commons as you decide on the preferred land use scenario. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your comments, Bradley. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Martin Wiggins. George. George, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
I got it. Okay. Good evening. I wanted to comment on 2 data points that came up during the presentation and conversation afterwards. The first was about the incongruity between the jobs growth relative to residents. And I have a suspicion that given full freedom, developers would happily turn San Mateo completely into Class A open floor, office space, because that looks really good on a cash flow spreadsheet to investors. So that may be one of the reasons that we're seeing those kinds of numbers. The second thing is that there was the question of water availability, sufficiency of water. Developers also kind of have a history, maybe not so much in this community, but around the country, of underestimating the resource needs that are needed by the community when they develop their own individual projects. And then the community is left floundering and figuring out what to do as their resources are strained. So I don't believe that we should be looking at very optimistic water projections and assuming that those are going to happen. It's probably safer for us to take historical projections, see how well we do in the future, and amend the plan for greater density when that happens. Because otherwise we may end up in the situation where we're all living under emergency water restrictions year round, and that's not going to make for a very healthy, vibrant, livable community. So I think we should take those particular statistics to heart and with a grain of salt, and think about that when we decide what kind of growth we want to allow. And maybe we should think about it in stages. Allow something for now, and then maybe in the future we can go, we can go more dense, we can go higher. My own vote from what I have seen is that I like the hybrid plan. I like the alternative B that gets us some housing and takes the best aspects of livability and pedestrian thoroughfares from I think it was alternative C, the super block concept or the mall concept or whatever it was. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks for your comments.
Our next
Who is next, Mary?
Our next speaker is Martin Wiggins. Martin, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening, Chair Williams and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a resident of Hayward Park, and I've previously given comments, so just wanted to touch on a couple new items that have emerged to me in the last couple of months. I'm concerned about the residential zoning up against highways 92 and 101, as I think was brought up at the GPS. The list of items that were pulled up in the 2017 CARB tech memo at quick glance looked like they would all increase the cost of putting housing in that area. I think we have a better choice to use zoning to buffer from the highways. I can imagine relying on the tech memo if you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, but we're planning ahead. We can do better. And on those same lines, just keep an eye on Burrell Square. I think it's soon going to hit the threshold at 92 and El Camino. And then, I've previously given input via surveys and outreach with a preference for circulation and land use option C, but I appreciate that there's been more detailed mix and match input, which is probably better than a blanket preference of any one option. But assuming we plan for the most homes possible, and in any case, I wanted to emphasize the importance of Hillsdale and Bridgepoint to offer enough housing to prevent the need to look at existing single-family home neighborhoods. I think it's a risk to put so much housing in just two areas, and so I think extra thought is warranted to ensure these two opportunities are realized. Bridgepoint needs a plan for sustainable and safe transportation so people don't have to get on a highway and can get safely to transit in downtown. Hillsdale needs something not too dissimilar. We actually need to allow people to cross El Camino, which is not very safe feeling, whether it's to catch a bus or a train or to get to most of the bike network. And my last comment is just on the importance of providing affordable housing. The general plan update beyond just the land use option should contemplate creative funding opportunities to ease the challenges on affordable housing developers. That's it. Thank you very much for your time and effort on this important work.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, Mary.
The next speaker is Karim Saraf. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Karim Saraf. I have been a San Mateo resident since 1975. I'm a broker, realtor, property manager, mid-sized developer in San Mateo, based out of San Mateo. I've been to your Strive meetings and other general plan meetings and subcommittee meetings. I really praise you and thank you for all the hard work you've done and continue to do. Thank you. But I just wanted to keep this short and sweet. Alternative C seems to cover all the boxes, right? Checks all the boxes. I do like the mix and match, as a former speaker said. I do agree with Ken Abreu, I think is the one that said that we do need more density, housing density. I think the biggest concern is housing, the housing element, and Alternative C seems to cover those boxes, to check those boxes, like I said. My concern is also the information that you're getting and you're looking at. I know that Commissioner Patel had a question earlier tonight in regards to the ratio, the jobs to housing gap ratio. I think that there should be a little bit more investigation in regards to what housing we have currently available to us. I do encourage and do support more developments and new construction. However, it's also important to look at what we have already available to us. Now, in that ratio and the numbers that you're looking at, does that include vacant housing or vacant houses? As I know that there's a lot of houses that are vacant, that are just shells that are not being used. And is that also the information that you're getting and you're looking at? Does that include shared housing units? Like is a room, like a roommate, considered a housing unit? A person is a housing unit, or if they're sharing available space in a single family residence or whatnot, is that considered a unit? So again, I think it's a little more introspective, that you have to look at what's available to us right now before you submit any further recommendations to the City Council. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your comments. Who's our next speaker, Mary?
Our next speaker is Ali Sapperman. Ali, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you.
Go right ahead.
Great. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you, city staff, for putting this report together. My name is Ali Saperman, and I'm here on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition, but also as an individual who has faced housing insecurity my entire life. We are all aware we are in a housing crisis, and in order to solve that crisis, it's critical that cities come up with a general plan and housing element process that allows for the right kinds of development. At HAC, we are really excited for the opportunity of mixed-use high development in San Mateo. In terms of the Bayshore Commons development, although we have not formally endorsed this project yet, there are a few key elements that I want to identify that would be really great to have in San Mateo County. First, in terms of jobs to housing balance, rezoning this property that is currently dedicated to office space to include housing will help tremendously with the lopsided ratio of jobs to homes. Additionally, in terms of having more development towards development oriented towards transit, this development site happens to be a half mile from the Hayward Park Caltrain, which will see major increases in frequency upon the completion in 2024. And then finally, it's really important that when we're building smart, which means close to existing amenities. There's multiple schools in the area, parks and playgrounds, grocery stores and restaurants. So we're really excited to see what the commission decides. Thank you so much for your time.
Great, thanks a lot for your comment. We'll have the next speaker.
The next speaker is Evan Adams. Evan, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi there, Planning Commission. Thanks for taking our calls tonight. First, I'd really like to echo the concerns of the prior speaker who spoke on transit and access concerns at Bridgepoint. There is no good transit there. Even the bus service from the East Bay that serviced that area remains suspended indefinitely. I'd encourage you to look at Foster City's programmatic EIR for our housing element. The borders of each of our city's maps are not the border of the scope of the EIR. So consider how both cities' traffic growth will impact both cities' communities, especially around Bridgepoint. look closer to transit, establish transit for far, far more density in San Mateo. Second, I heard someone mention the Hcd audit. The Hcd audit is quite clear. If you read it, the only conclusion that can be reached is that Hcd undercounted their housing targets, and that Hcd needs far greater resources to truly realize the depths of our crisis. In fact, the audit makes clear that we are now in such a deep state housing hole, even the state of California cannot see light out of this crisis. Further, of note, our allocations come from our COG, ABAG, and MTC, groups made of local leaders who best know our region and can be expected to target allocations to best serve our communities. Therefore, Alternative C provides the most housing and is best and should certainly be preferred. Third, and finally, in reference to the jobs and housing balance questions, I'd encourage you to look at entitled space. That would have jobs or industry, but entitled job office space. Counting jobs to housing produced is a lagging indicator. I can tell you, as your neighbor, there is a lot of office and job space inbound and entitled. So look at your existing entitled space when looking at that jobs to housing balance to see the direction that you're going. Again, pick Alternative C, encourage it. It is your best hope of staying at least ahead of the curve or not falling behind. Thank you.
Okay, great. Mary, I was just going to check in. How many hands do you see raised at this time, just to get a sense of?
At this time, there are 2 more hands raised.
Okay, I know that's a moving target sometimes, but great. Let's go on to the next speaker.
Okay, Ken Chan, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Hi, you can go right ahead.
Wonderful. Hello, members of the San Mateo Planning Commission. My name is Ken Chan, and I'm an organizer with the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We work with communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes, which is why I'm here tonight. I'd like to first thank staff and the consultants for their presentation tonight and all their hard work in putting together the packet in regards to the City of San Mateo's general plan update. On behalf of HLC, I'd like to first ask you to remove the land use plan alternative A from your consideration. It doesn't address the jobs housing imbalance that we are all collectively experiencing here in San Mateo, and only serves to add to it because of the number of proposed homes improperly planned for the city's future housing needs. While still on this topic of jobs housing imbalance, we'd also like for the commission to consider a couple of recommendations in regards to Bayshore Commons. I'd like to echo some of the statements stated by Ali Sapperman earlier. Since it's still listed on the sites of the draft housing element, rezoning the site from strictly commercial to mixed use would accomplish 2 key things. It'll meet Hcd substantial evidence requirement for all of San Mateo's housing element sites, and 2, help the city address the jobs housing imbalance by skewing the ratio in favor of homes over jobs. In addition, it's also really close to a lot of amenities and to the Hayward Park Station. This will give our community the option to utilize public transit, which would in turn lower the vehicle miles traveled. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Tasso Zografos. Sorry about the pronunciation. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Sure, no problem. Thank you. You did a great job with my name, by the way. Public comment is an important process and part of our democratic process, and I appreciate the opportunity to convey the thoughts and views of the Gramercy Mounds El Cerrito Neighborhood Association. We spent some time looking at the details of the agenda packet, and we take great pride in looking at that data and sharing with you that we strongly feel you should promote option A, alternative A. there's a great concern when the voters adopted Measure Y to extend height limits. And there was tremendous fear that this general plan process might be used as a means to circumvent that and sort of undo the will of the voters. And when we look at the data, we've noticed that some of the data that's been projected here is in parts and pieces. For instance, when you looked at collectively the votes between the circular plan and the land use plan combined, alternative A is a clear winner. But when you look at it as just the land use option or the circular option, you can decide then that some want alternative A and others want alternative C. In your own report, it shows that 60% of those who conducted the survey are against alternatives B and C. I want to commend caller speaker number one, Karen Harrell, who brought up the audit report. I think it's very significant. If you go in with flawed premises and conduct a study and then follow a flawed process, you'll have flawed outcomes with disastrous effects, not only to the city, but to the general public around. So we encourage you to look at alternative A and not try to bypass the will of the voters.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, at this time, are there other speakers?
Yes, there are. The next speaker is Jordan Grimes. Jordan, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you so much. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Jordan Grimes. I'm a lifelong San Mateo resident and lead member with housing advocacy group Peninsula for Everyone. I'd like to voice my strong support for land use alternative C, as well as advocate for the elimination of alternative A. Per the slide provided by staff, alternative A envisions 15,000 new jobs, but just 12,000 new homes. Between 2010 and 2019, LEHD data shows an increase in nearly 22,000 jobs in the city, while HUD shows building permits issued for just 2,000 new housing units. The idea that we would pursue a plan that envisions an even more egregious jobs housing imbalance over the next 2 decades should be a complete non-starter. On the topic of individual study areas, this came up at the last subcommittee meeting in regards to the Bayshore area, those office complexes. I want to suggest moving that from mixed use medium to mixed use high. As a neighbor in that area, I think it makes a lot of sense given that it's near Caltrain. I'd also note that the city is required to provide substantial evidence to HCD that sites on the housing element inventory will be developed during the next cycle. Bayshore is on there, and you're going to need to show that substantial, you're going to need to be able to show that substantial evidence. So I would recommend that as well. As far as the downtown goes, I would also add, up the zoning in the downtown. I think the alternative A example of just 1,000 new homes in under 2 decades is really unconscionable. On the last thing, on the topic of the state auditor's report, the most important finding there was that there was an understatement of the housing need in multiple regions, as well as errors made around the assessment of jobs and housing imbalances. RHNA numbers are not going to change this cycle. They will next cycle, and they'll be bigger, and we need to plan accordingly. That's it. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your comments, Jordan. Okay, who else do we have?
Chair Williams, that looks like our last speaker.
Okay. Great. Appreciate all those comments. And I actually wanted to note that we've had a lot of outreach from the public in written comments as well, which were, of course, as always, distributed to the planning commissioners. And it's exciting to see such input from all the people in the community that want to participate in this process. So I think at this time we'll move on to the discussion period amongst the planning commissioners. And I wanted to, as I said, I wanted to break it out into a couple areas. And one thing that, we had, I'm not sure, I think it's a little bit confusing sometimes, but there's the circulation alternatives, A, B, and C, and those are different than the land use alternatives, A, B, and C. And so I thought maybe we could each just, sort of talk about the alternatives for circulation first, because I think that's less complex, probably a little bit easier to kind of take a hold of and provide some comments on. And then I think we probably need to take a vote on which alternative to recommend to council. And then I guess after we've done that, I can tell you what I think how we should proceed with the land use alternatives, because there's kind of a lot to that, and there's 12 different study areas. And I guess I'll tell you now, I do think that it's probably worth, looking at it as, sort of a mix and match way of recommending things. So, I appreciate that the public, in many cases, in most of the cases, were looking at it kind of as a comprehensive land use alternative A or B or C. But I think that I, for one, did not. I looked at each of the study areas and tried to give a, make a decision on what I thought made sense for each study area. So we can kind of talk about that after we get through circulation. So to start with the circulation, could staff bring up something that shows us what the three alternatives are for circulation? There was, A, I know that was more pedestrian oriented and, focused on walkability, and then B, that was transit, and then C, that was kind of combining all of them. So, I guess, I don't know who would like to start, but, and I guess as each of us as planning commissioners want to touch on our specific recommendation for these alternatives, we might have to click back and forth, I guess.
Through the chair, again, I'd like to recommend actually that you and Vice Chair Abnetter begin, simply because Commissioner Patel and myself are in the general plan subcommittee, and we were able to voice opinions prior. And I think it might be a better way to proceed with this, just as far as getting all of our input in. And with that, my headphones are dying, so I need to change them out.
Okay.
Through the chair, may I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
Is the intent of tonight's meeting to vote on a recommendation that is sent to the council, or are we, like a study session, merely just providing our own set of feedback?
Well, that was my question to Zach as well. And my understanding is that the intent is that we are to make a recommendation tonight, and that it's not just a study session with comments. But however, I think that, so we will want to vote on and make a motion and vote on what it is that we recommend. So with that, again, circulation, I think, will be, a more straightforward conversation and an ability to vote on that. But because there's 12 different study areas for the land use alternatives, and most all of them have three different alternatives applying to them, I think that we should, in fact, I was going to suggest that we could take a minute, we could talk at first about our sort of overarching kind of general recommendation for A, B, or C, if we feel inclined to do that. But then that we should maybe take a brief tally of like each item. Like I personally, I would like to go through, and it won't take me long because I have notes, 1 north, and, quickly kind of tell you A, B, or C for each of the 12 different areas. I only have, for instance, brief comments on, to add to that. But then Zach said that staff could sort of keep a running tally for us on those areas. So I think after we've each done, been able to make our comments and provide our sort of vote for each study area, then we could look at the tally, I guess, and
Vice Chair Williams, we can't hear you. No, still can't hear you.
Oh no, are you kidding?
Oh, now we can hear you.
Now. Okay, so all of that I just said, I should say again.
No, we heard you. And through the chair, I think what you just said makes a lot of sense. I think the one comment I might add is that it's, having gone through this for the general plan subcommittee, it's a bit hard to go through all 12 study areas and then remember what you said. So my only recommendation might be to discuss one study area at a time and then vote on a recommendation for that study area and then move on to the next one.
Okay, that sounds time consuming, but that's okay. That's what we're here for. I'm open to that since you have the experience. Okay, so I guess why don't we get started with circulation, because I do feel like that's a lot easier to get our hands around. And I do appreciate that Commissioner Ebnetter and I should maybe go first because we're not on the subcommittee. So I think I'll go ahead and get started. What I did from any of the general circulation alternatives should be adopted. I'm not sure if I should go first, actually. I was feeling that, I guess to be concise about it, I think that circulation plan C makes the most sense because in my, estimation, the alternative A is really exciting to to develop more pedestrian-friendly options within the city and to improve upon the things, that any areas that can be pedestrian options. And then this alternative B is certainly critical as well. We heard earlier from someone that talked about the lack of public transit to certain areas of our city altogether, like Bridgepoint, for instance. So, that is really important as well. So to sort of, choose one over the other doesn't make any sense when circulation alternative C really combines that and focuses on what we love about, those parts of our city that are pedestrian focused, continue that as many parts of the city as we can. And of course, improve our transit through the city as well. So to parts of the city that are not very easy to get to without a car. So to me, circulation alternative C is hands down the direction we want to go. Commissioner Ebnetter, can you provide any comments?
Sure, through the chair. What I would really like to see the city concentrate on with their limited resources, both financially and workforce, is how to make our city more walkable, more pedestrian friendly, and biking. And one of the key components to that also has to do, for me personally, is the interactions of vehicles and pedestrians and cyclists around freeway and highway off-ramps and on-ramps. They're death traps here in the city. Whenever I want to go to the east, whenever I want to go to Foster City or further up the peninsula, I take my bike to San Carlos to go over their bridge, or I go up to Burlingame to go over their bridge because we don't have good crossings here. And we've been talking about building a bridge at Hillsdale over 101 for the last 10 years. Initially, it was going to cost $25 million. It's probably going to cost 50 now. And I don't see some of the larger projects that would be entailed regionally as us having the ability to actually push them forward. I think that realistically, the best shot that we have is to look at internally what we're capable of producing here in the city and not reaching too far. I think regionally, we've got city council members that sit on regional boards that have a voice for us, that can work within the constraints of finances and be proponents of what we need to do regionally. But I don't see that transferring directly to our own public works and being able to have the impact that we would like to have on a regional level. I don't see us being able to work on the El Camino to any extent that we would like to, because it's a state highway. We have limited abilities to perform work on that highway. I would love to transform it, but I don't think we as a city, we could. Other cities have actually managed to get Caltrans to deed the highways to them, but I don't think our city will ever go down that route. I know a couple of cities in the South Bay have done it. It's been successful, but I don't see that in the horizon. I know I'm kind of rambling, but my main focus to me is using our resources to the best way that we possibly can to make it safer for all of us to get around. As it pertains to the downtown area, I've had the experience in a few cities where vehicular traffic has been minimalized and skirted outside of the core, and it made those experiences for me extremely pleasant. And whatever we can do in downtown San Mateo to restrict the interaction between vehicles and pedestrians, I think we need to do. You could turn that downtown into a jewel box if with the right configuration or routes for the city. It took the pandemic to finally, after years, to be able to close down some of the streets to vehicular traffic. And it's turned out to be a huge boon. And we need to build on that. Finally, businesses understand that they don't need people parking in front of their restaurant to get clients in there. In fact, people will go downtown at a higher rate if they feel safe and it's quiet and they're not contending with vehicles. So to me, I like portions of each alternative. I don't want us to get mired down in C, trying to project what could be, and thinking that we can lead that challenge. I don't see us having the skill set or the ability to really be the leading edge in transportation here on the peninsula. So that's my few points.
So do you have a preferred? Preferred circulation alternative?
I really don't. I like components of each three. So I guess what I would take would be more C, yet take the projected hybrids out of it, and keep us focused on what we are capable of doing now.
Okay. Commissioner Nugent, do you have comments on circulation alternatives?
Yes, I do. And I'll frame it based on basically information that I've learned and found since the General Plan Subcommittee meeting. The first is I did a deep dive in the community opinion survey. And I think that's a really important document that we can look at. It's public comment, written letters. They're all great to kind of get a sense of what people are thinking, how they're reasoning through their opinions and such, and also gain new information that may not be known by the Planning Commission. But the community opinion survey is extremely valuable because often people who participate have already, strong opinions for or against something, whereas the community opinion survey is, great to kind of just get a sense of what people want that are not particularly too honed in on this process. And I think for the circulation part, people really had the strongest support to get people out of cars in ways that encourage kids to walk and bike to school. So having safe routes to school. And then they're really big on improving sidewalks, crosswalks, pedestrian safeties. So, improving the pedestrian environment. Now, I'm biased for that, of course, as the landscape architect, but that seems to jive really well, like very high percentage of people. And so I think that
earlier.
Say that again.
I just wanted to sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to know if we could go back to alternative A, I think is what you were talking about, right?
Yeah. And so alternative A does prioritize pedestrians and looking at traffic calming and safety improvements. Now, that being said, I think that the improvements that are done in alternative C around the downtown are fantastic. And I think that that's a great and fun vision for the future for our downtown. Just, limiting cars there. They're disruptive and they kind of ruin the pre-auto downtown that we have. So, incorporating that part of alternative C, and then also gaining in some of the transit improvements that we could potentially get as a secondary priority that is in alternative C. So basically the circulation alternative C combines A and B. Where I feel we should land is that circulation alternative C could be our preferred scenario, but the improvements of circulation alternative A should take priority when it comes to projects and funding, things like that. And in part because the two main corridors where we're looking at improvements here, let's go back to alternative C, to transportational improvements are El Camino, where we don't have a whole lot of control. We would love to clean up El Camino and get it to be a much better place, but we don't have total control over that. And then there's Hillsdale, which I'm not entirely sure. I raised this in the General Plan Subcommittee. I'm not entirely sure what the vision is for the transit improvement to that. Is it more bus service? Is it what is it, and how does that relate to the actual infrastructure of the street, of the road? And so, figuring that out would be great for the future in alternative C. But I would also just emphasize alternative A's improvements as a funding and priority. And then lastly, I'm going to step back, and I had asked about Senate Bill 1000, environmental justice. And since the General Plan Subcommittee, we've had the city has gone through the bike lane expansion through North Central, and that was a hotly contested thing. And it was very unfortunate, I think, overall, just how it went down. And I would like to do better. And more importantly, what I've found interacting with my neighbors, I'm from North Central and have been very involved with the community, interacting with my neighbors and hearing, their concerns, their issues within that community. I've learned a lot as far as like ideas, what really could happen in that neighborhood from a infrastructure standpoint. And I think that using Senate Bill 1000 environmental justice from an infrastructure perspective in the neighborhood portion that is highlighted as a disadvantaged community. So the portion that was highlighted as a disadvantaged community, I think that it's important we have an overlay of some sort in that disadvantaged community space that we were shown, where we do a neighborhood-led, focused assessment of the infrastructure, especially when it comes to the pedestrian environment. That both includes safety and tree canopy. It should include parking, and then also, throughways of the streets. One of the number of neighbors have brought up, potentially one-way streets, and not in the sense of one-way streets like creating multiple lanes, car sewer type one-way streets, but actually doing a road diet in North Central. And I think that could be an option to explore, similar to what the super block idea is for downtown San Mateo. And I think just zooming out a little bit on the Cal Environmental Screen area of North Central, the disadvantaged community designation, the infrastructure in North Central was designed before there were cars. So the right-of-ways are very narrow relative to the rest of the street. And I think that we need to figure out solutions for that before it gets basically worse in a way that involves the public. So that being said, I think there needs to be an overlay on North Central that looks at it similar to what we're looking at for the super block area, not the same program necessarily, but providing an opportunity to identify objectives and policies that reduce the issues that this disadvantaged community has with its infrastructure. And now there's a big part in the evaluation of North Central as air pollution, and that is an issue in that neighborhood. But also part of the law. I've read through the law in its entirety, and I read through the actual document that Ms. Jansen mentioned that they developed for SB 1000. And some of the things that are applicable to the North Central neighborhood, as far as needs that I see and I've heard from neighbors, is beyond improved air quality, but also the promotion of public facilities, which is basically the infrastructure, figuring out that infrastructure, and then secondly, safe and sanitary homes. That I'm going to be focused on with the housing element, so I'm going to separate that for today. But safe and sanitary homes is a major component that's in this law, along with has overlap with affirmatively furthering fair housing, and then also physical activity, which involves infrastructure. And so this law also requires civil engagement in the public decision-making process and identification of policies that prioritize improvements in programs that address the actual needs of the disadvantaged community. And so, long story short, I think that in addition to Alternative C's, markup of this plan, we should have an overlay designating North Central as a place that needs a specific plan through the process that's outlined for the Senate Bill 1000 to figure out, how to do this right. And so there's, obviously you can see there's a number of pedestrian and bicycle improvements proposed in the neighborhood. And figuring those out should be part of that overall process with SP 1000. So sorry to talk a long time about something that's a little bit new, but I think this is where the rubber meets the road for Senate Bill 1000 for North Central. So.
Okay, thank you for that information. Commissioner Patel, your turn to express your thoughts.
Sure, I'll top line this. I prefer alternative C. Just as you mentioned, it's the best of both worlds of A and B, and completely agree with Commissioner Nugent that the pedestrian improvement should take priority. I really like the idea of super blocks. If there was one thing I would modify about alternative C, it's maybe to deprioritize the focus on future transportation technologies. And in my day job, I create interactive technology for built environments, and it's really hard to do that on a 3-year project timeline because the technology changes so quickly. 20-year timeline, it just feels impossible to predict what's coming and what will be possible. So yeah, that's it. I prefer alternative C and think we should prioritize the pedestrian improvements in A first.
Okay, thank you. So I think that we can take a vote on this, on the preferred circulation scenario. And I wonder, can somebody make a motion for a preferred circulation scenario, and we can add these items in that we talked about. I mean, we talked about focus on pedestrian pedestrian improvements, I guess. Commissioner Ebner talked about sort of the idea that we don't have good crossings of Highway 101 for bicycles or pedestrians, I guess. And then this idea of a possible overlay for a specific plan for North Central with regards to how to overlay this item with I guess specifically circulation in North Central. So anyway, does anybody want to make a motion?
I will attempt to make a motion. You can tell me if I've summarized this correctly. I motion that we recommend alternative C, and that we also recommend that we prioritize the pedestrian improvements outlined in alternative A, that we create a specific plan for the North Central neighborhood within the context of Senate Bill 1000, and that we also look into prioritizing crossings over the highways, pedestrian and bicycle crossings over the highways.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Can we have a voice vote on this? Mary, will you please do a vote for us?
Sure. Chair Williams?
Yes.
Vice Chair Ebnetter.
Yes.
Commissioner Nugent?
Surprised me too.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Nugent? Oh, you're muted.
Sorry, I was muted.
Yeah.
Yes.
I wish I was earlier. Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Okay, so with that, it's 4-0 in favor of the preferred circulation scenario C with the specific items mentioned in the motion.
Through the
All
chair.
right. I think, yes.
Through the chair, I need a 5-minute break.
Sure, good idea. Like 9:20, just about 9:19. Let's come back at 9:25.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for asking.
May I ask a question of the staff? I think if possible, when we go to discuss the land use alternatives, if there's a way to, you had this table that was what the general plan subcommittee recommended and how it broke down. I think that would be useful to see that at least before we vote, if not, also not before we discuss.
How about something like that? Will that work? Kind of, we can highlight each commissioner's position, or do you want to just tally without names associated?
Oh, I meant, actually, this is really useful, but I meant knowing what the general plan subcommittee, like you had a very similar table for them, because I want to make sure that we don't discuss in a silo. I want to make sure that we're considering the input of the other subcommittee members.
Yeah, that was a page or a slide in the.
Yeah, we can definitely pull that up when you want. And then would you like us to kind of have maps of each study area as you're going through the discussion?
Yes, that would be amazing.
Perfect.
Thank you. I'm also going to run and take a quick break. Thank you.
Okay. Looks like we're all back. Can you guys, by the way, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, because I don't know why you didn't hear me for a moment there earlier, but.
So through the chair, I had left the room, but I think Commissioner Patel had asked to see if as we discuss these land use alternatives, we could look at the report or the graph from the subcommittee. Are we going to be able to see that? I was hoping we could see it anyway.
Yeah, we can show that. One suggestion, are you looking to make 12 motions or build consensus for each one and then have a motion at the end? Just
well, I was noting that it says it can come in the form of a motion or as collective feedback from the commission if unable to reach a consensus. I'm just kind of reading through the notes here. And that a formal recommendation is not really required until the final draft general plan update is presented to us. So, I mean, this isn't really a study session, but it sounds like we're not really, is anyone expecting that we're gonna do a motion for each of the items, each of the 12 study areas?
I just thought it might be easier to do 12 individual ones as we go, rather than like try to construct one large motion at the end, especially if we have the kind of feedback like we did for the circulation alternative, where we wanted to make a recommendation with a couple of like sub-bullet points for each one.
Okay. So then, I just think for a second. So if we are to be looking at each study area, we'll want to have the area, like a slide that shows the area, right? And then, I think are all familiar with what A, B, and C are, as is the, public and other participants, obviously. So we don't really need that. I don't know if we want to start by looking at the slide. Well, I guess if we start by thinking of it in a more general term instead of the individual areas, and we want to, each of the four of us, provide some comment on, I guess, a general basis of A, B, or C, and we can look at that slide first, perhaps. I don't know that we don't need to take a vote on that, but we may want to provide comments before we start into the detail, and then only do votes on each individual study area. Because I don't feel like, although I know a lot of the comments from the public and the letters we received, said, one way, one specific one, but that's not really how we in reality are going to be looking at it. So we're looking at it as a mix and match kind of a thing. Just be transparent right now, I guess, with people.
Right.
Okay, so then let's get started by having that slide up if possible, which showed the breakdown of the subcommittee members and how they saw the breakdown.
So through the chair, I have one question prior to this portion proceeding. What does mixed use mean? And are there any ratios of housing to commercial to retail established?
I don't know.
Through the chair, I can provide a brief answer there, which is there's other policies that would establish that. And I know right now the city has prioritized for the upcoming year to look at setting mixed minimum densities for residential in mixed use. So the mixed use designation would be further refined in the land use element through a narrative that describes how it could be applied. And then within that, you would have your various zoning that could work within the mixed use land use designation. So the land use is the start, and then it'd be further refined through policies and the zoning that is implemented through that land use.
Okay, so my past experience has been mixed use has weighted heavily towards the commercial side at the expense of residential in certain areas. So if I'm recommending mixed use tonight as a recommendation to the city council, I'm somewhat hesitant because I don't have a definition of what I'm recommending. I don't know what the parameters are.
Through the chair, if I may make a comment about this exact subject, which came up at the general plan subcommittee. We discussed that fact that if you make everything mixed use, then it's possible that everything gets developed at commercial. And so it's important when looking at these alternatives and when looking at specific sites within these alternatives that we ensure there are at least some sites that are residential only and potentially some sites that are commercial only to ensure that there is an overall balance as sites get developed.
Okay. Thank you.
Also just to add on to that, mixed use percentages, we should be regulating just as much as we're regulating density and height. So if we want to have a certain percentage of residential units, I don't think it's too different or too difficult compared to having just residential or just office or retail. And so it could give us more flexibility and we will have just the same amount of power to regulate, percentages as we do with density and height. So I wouldn't let that be, too much of a roadblock for mixed use. And, also, you can make your own decisions. I just don't want that to be a roadblock. We can control it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm looking at the time also, and I want to kind of manage our time a little bit. And I think that we should briefly just kind of each provide comments, maybe a couple of minutes each, like kind of as an overview of what we think of A, B, and C. And again, I don't think we should vote on that. And so, but I do want to give everyone the opportunity to, provide some comments on that. And then after, so again, I'm not necessarily going to keep track. I mean, I'm not going to be able to keep track of time too much, but I think if everyone could be cognizant of, a couple of minutes apiece would be helpful. And then as we go into the 10 or 12 or whatever they are, study areas that I think, some of them probably aren't going to require much discussion at all. I mean, like number 10, for instance, doesn't. So, let's keep that in mind as we go through. All right. So who would like to start? We did say that maybe the two people that were on the subcommittee would not start. But so Commissioner Ebner, do you want to start?
Okay, I don't want to be difficult through the chair, but for the circulation, I thought it was fine for you and I to start first, Chair. But I would really like to hear Adam's and Seema's take prior to mine, because I know there was a lot of moving parts and I want to see what comes into clarity from their discussion that I was not able to completely garner through watching the subcommittee meeting. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to simplify the process.
Yeah, that's fine. And I mean, I think part of it was, well, they've had an opportunity to speak in various forums, but I do agree. I will, would like to gain from their expertise and information on the subject. So that's fine too. All right, so let's switch it up. Who would like to go first? Are you guys okay with that?
Sure.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
I'll just go first since I'm talking. Thanks. I'll be very brief. And I really do think that we need to look at our future RENA cycles in this, so we're not in the same process again in another 8 years. And overall, that means that I tend to focus mostly on alternatives B and C, with looking at what alternative A has that might be better. And that's kind of how I have looked at it from the beginning. Then overall, I was actually interested and a little bit surprised how large percentage of respondents in the community survey were open to 8-story and 12-story buildings. It was, super majority, given our constraints in our city. So, that does inform me for, being a little bit more open to B and C for sure. Long term, we have to figure out how this creates a nice, beautiful city that people will love and be willing to vote for if it goes to a ballot to solidify. So those are my only comments.
Thank you.
I guess I'll go next. I would say high-level comments. I agreed with some of the public commenters that as a whole, alternative A creates more jobs than homes, and I think that's a non-starter. I don't think we can meet our mission of creating a sustainable and equitable San Mateo if we're continuing to exacerbate the housing crisis. And then in terms of the amount of housing we should be planning for, I agree with Commissioner Nugent that it's not just about the RENA cycle ahead of us. This is a 20-year plan. We need to be considering cycle 6 and cycle 7 and first 2 years of cycle 8. If our RENA continues to double each cycle, then alternative C barely covers 2 cycles of RENA. And a few public commenters referenced the audit of the RENA process. I actually went through and read the audit. It didn't just stop at the headline. And the conclusion of the audit is that the housing needs were undercounted, that there were errors and omissions that resulted in the assessment being too low for 3 regions, but we were not one of those regions, thankfully. But that also HCD did not adequately consider 2 factors when doing the estimates. One factor was the jobs to housing ratio, and the other factor was housing lost in wildfires and other natural disasters. And so the overall conclusion is that there was likely an undercount for cycle 6, but now that they know where those problems are, we can expect cycle 7 and cycle 8 to be larger to mitigate those factors. So that just for me furthers the need to be planning on this 20-year horizon and making sure that we can meet those future cycles. And then the last thing I'll say as a general comment was that I was the one who brought up that air quality recommendation about siting housing within 500 feet of roadways that have more than 100,000 vehicles per day. And I appreciate that PlaceWorks took the time to look into that and respond to it. But I think some of the proposed, I don't know if there's solutions, some of the proposed responses to me are not adequate, right? I don't think we're talking about reducing the amount of housing and thus making sprawl worse which would contribute to pollution. I think we're talking about, we have the ability to plan before us. So let's shift how we're allocating the land. Let's shift the housing away from these high traffic roadways and put non-housing closer to the roadways. So I'm going to still keep that lens, because the other mitigations, such as a 55-mile-per-hour speed limit, I don't think we have the authority to implement a 55-mile-per-hour speed limit on 101. And while, yes, air filtration has improved drastically, people still want to spend time outside. And if you live within 500 feet of 92 or 101, you should still be able to spend time in your backyard or in your park. So you'll see me continue to bring that up and thinking about how we can shift our land use to keep housing away from those roadways.
Through the chair.
Commissioner Ebneter.
So I would favor pretty much alternate C. Yet, I think what the subcommittee picked, between B and C, we actually get more housing than if we had only picked C by itself to stand alone. So it's very interesting to me to see how this this chart or this graphic or chart ended up. I think it's encouraging that there was a tremendous amount of effort by all the subcommittee members to understand how to mix and match. Alternate A doesn't make any sense to me for all the reasons why we've heard. It doesn't even come close to getting the affordable housing in RENA 6 met. So I don't understand the why it's something that is being proposed. I think that our overriding concerns should be to allow the city enough flexibility to use the development community, use the limited amount of land that we have, and have the correct zoning in place to encourage the housing that we need. We are essentially trying to solve 70 or 80 years of segregating housing policy, and we have to give us the tools to be able to do that. We are also looking at, just in the mapped areas, about 25% of our city's land, which currently only has 9,000 residents. And we are looking at expanding that residency up to 50 or 55,000 people. So we need to, I think, also find ways to alleviate some of the cost of the land through zoning and through looking at other portions of the city to alleviate some of the overburden of pricing to get housing built. So those are my overarching concerns. I think it's going to take a lot of creative financing and zoning issues to get us where we need to be. And we need to make sure that we set the table where we can be as flexible as possible.
Okay, thank you. So my comments, well, I think I started out, I guess I'm gonna start out by saying I put a lot of credence in what the public has to say. And, I spent a lot of time reading comments that date back for, previous to for tonight's meeting, to some of the information, some of the comments we received previously. So I was really leaning towards A, to tell you the truth, because I feel like, Measure Y was something that was voted on by the people, and they don't necessarily A, B, and C don't necessarily take that into account. I am concerned about water in this state, and I don't know. I do appreciate that there's concerns about how they're calculating, how Cal Water's calculating household use or daily use. But regardless, we're talking about adding households and people. So that has been something that has been a concern of mine as climate changes. It's not getting better, it's getting worse. So so I think there's a number of reasons why I was looking at option A. However, when I really went through and studied it again and looked at each of the study areas, a number of them really didn't make sense as A. So in general, I do want to be conservative and not and slight, look at growth, but not necessarily the most growth that's in option C. But then, like I said, as I went through each option, I don't have that many A's in my list. So that's where that stands. I did think that a number of the special requests that were brought to our attention for specific parcels throughout the city made a lot of sense in most cases. Again, this idea that we do not need to place housing next to Highway 101 or even Highway 92, but particularly Highway 101, if we can avoid that. So I feel really strongly about that. That is not the most health conscious choice we could make. There's, I guess, one other thing I was going to say, and I think I brought it up before, which was the, well, I guess we can talk about it when we get to the specifics, the specific study areas. So those are my general comments about it. All right, at this point, should we move on to talking about each specific study area? And should we do the same thing? Have either Adam or Seema comment first? Or, and also, Zach, I can keep sort of tally as we go, and then I guess we'll make a motion and take a vote at each point.
Through the chair, looks like Joanna Jensen has got her hand raised.
Oh yeah, hi Joanna. Go ahead.
Hi, Chair. Thanks. I just wanted to, this is a comment for Zach, if I can be helpful. I have a local copy of the PowerPoint that I was running from my machine that has the study areas reorganized from 1 to 10, if that would be easier. But please do whatever is for you.
Yeah, excellent, yes.
Not sure that.
And then,
I'm not sure I understood all that.
She's going to pull up a slide deck that has the study areas 1 through 10. We had grouped them by area. The other thing, so I have my table here and I can keep tally as each commissioner expresses preference as we go through. So would it be, maybe we can keep tally and then make a motion based on that final tally, or do you want to do a motion for each of the 12 study areas?
If you can keep a tally, that would be great. So, yeah, that's how I feel. The motion for each study area is simply to help us, but it's clunky. So if you can keep a tally and you can give us a motion to produce at the end, that would be ideal.
I just am not sure if we do all of them and we have a tally at the end, then I guess you could share that and we would make a motion to proceed based on all of them. Is that what we're thinking? Okay, now we don't have to stop and vote each time.
Through the chair, my only concern is that if we have specific modifications, that's a lot to keep track of, right? If we align around one of the alternatives for each study area, but then we're like, but we want to, accommodate this request from this developer that this specific site be zoned differently, or we want to swap these two sites between this specific study area. I would just note we can try to do it as one big one, but it's going to require that we don't just tally which alternative, but that we're also tallying those specific modifications and changes as we go.
Okay.
Through the chair, that is one of the reasons why I would like to hear from Mr. Nugent and Ms. Patel, because I do have some specific requests at each site, but they may have already addressed them, is what I'm hoping. And so I am also concerned that, there will be, each site, there will be different things that one of us may want to see done. But at least if I have a little bit of a roadmap from what's already been decided on a majority that we've been showed, it could sway my decision.
Okay. Well, maybe one way to start is also to look at sort of one north, one central, and one south, kind of as a group. I mean, we can talk about them one at a time, but then, take a vote on that at the end and see if there are any specific modifications to that or how clear cut it is. Okay, so let's start with one north. Is that okay with everybody? We'll just get started and see how it goes. I think. So, okay, so one north is what we're looking at here. One, and that's El Camino Real between Peninsula Avenue and Baldwin. Let's go with Commissioner Nugent.
Okay, sure. And this is basically a repeat of the feedback that I had in the general plan subcommittee. And I think from what I remember, most people were on board with it. So my recommendation is to combine alternative C and B, where the commercial neighborhood red is on alternative B, change that to mixed use medium, which would be consistent in height with the surrounding residential mediums. That's currently a gas station on Popular in El Camino. And so it could potentially someday turn into, corner store with, housing on top. And then, yeah, right. And then I would recommend including the mixed use from alternative C down at El Cerrito and Tilton, instead of having it be residential. There's currently businesses there. Those are my.
So you would take the blue from alternative C and add it to alternative B.
Right.
Through the chair, I guess I can go next. Yeah. And when Commissioner Nugent said this in the subcommittee meeting, I said, that makes a lot of sense. I agree with that. So same exact comments, turn the commercial in B into mixed use medium, bring over the mixed use at El Cerrito and Tilton into B as well. And I had one more modification, which is the southernmost tip that is currently marked orange south of the brown. I believe that is a vacant lot that is surrounded by residential high. And so given that it is already surrounded by residential high, I thought it made sense to make it residential high as well.
Okay, all of that makes sense. I guess it's not my turn, but I wanted to ask, I should have asked this previously, like yesterday. What is commercial neighborhood exactly?
Yeah. I think it's like corner stores, like a 7-Eleven type thing.
Commercial neighborhood, 1 to 2 stories.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. All right. There we go. 1 or 2 story buildings with small shops, restaurants, salons, gyms, or shopping centers that serve the immediate neighborhood. Okay. So not necessarily residential above, just Yeah. All right, thank you. Okay, John, what are your comments on 1 North?
Why is the commercial neighborhood in B not a fit? Are we pulling that out?
So the reason I recommend against it is simply because it's surrounded on both sides along El Camino with residential medium.
Okay.
And so you could include that same commercial type business that is 1 to 2 stories, but still have residential on top. And like, I don't understand why you would have that drop there where you could add a couple stories or few stories of residential on top.
Okay. And then the bottom south tip is going to match that residential high 8+, correct? That tip there.
Yes, that was my suggestion, especially as we get closer to the train stations. I'm trying to be very mindful of trying to have our highest density development within that half-mile radius, or better yet, within the 1,000-foot radius of Caltrain, so that as we look into the future RENA cycles, we are maximizing our transit-oriented development now, so we don't have to develop out into our R1 zones in the future.
Thanks, I appreciate that. And we're going to move the mixed-use high blue and use it in the same location in B. Correct? I like this.
Okay. Let's keep going, and then we'll take a vote on maybe 1 North, Central, South. I don't know. Does that make sense?
Sure, but through the chair, did you have any comments? We missed you.
Sorry. Thank you. I forgot. I mean, I think I'm going to probably end up relying on your expertise quite a bit, because I was noting that I liked alternative B in this case, but these modifications make sense to me. And I mean, as you can see, A, B, and C are really rather similar. I mean, generally similar. So I think your modifications to bring alternative C into B make sense. I mean, it's the ones that have been discussed. Okay. Moving on to 1 Central. So that's like between 9th or Notre Dame Avenue, but I think that's right across the street from 9th Street and Beauvais, which is the section that's right north of the shopping center. All right. So let's see, we have A, B, and C. Adam, do you want to go ahead and provide your comments?
Sure. My comments from the general plan subcommittee were to go with alternative C, but instead of having office high in that lowest angle along Boral, turning that to the mixed use high that's from alternative B. So that one property down at, which is on alternative B, actually move that to alternative C. I think that it's important to have mixed use along El Camino in that stretch. And then, which is why I'm not totally sold on the residential of alternative B along El Camino. As far as height between mixed use medium and high, I could go with mixed use high, but I'd like to see what other commissioners say in the area that's only within the area that's shown as residential high in alternative B.
What was your question about residential, about that area?
Yeah. Just so my recommendation is basically alternative C, but instead of the office use at the lowest dongle, the large property there, changing that to mixed use high. from alternative B. And then the question I have is do you prefer mixed use medium or mixed use high within the radius of Hayward Park train station along El Camino? So alternative B has residential high, which is 8 stories or plus there. And so actually alternative C has a smaller building envelope there. So I just want to get other commissioners' input on that.
I guess I can go next if we're continuing this order, which is very similar to you. I thought you made a really good case in the subcommittee meeting for why El Camino should be mixed use along the whole way. And so I would agree with the mixed use in alternative C and with converting that purple section near Bobbitt to mixed use high. I checked the distance, it's more than 500 feet from 92. So I'm not concerned about residential at that site. And then I would do mixed use high along El Camino, again, for trying to concentrate our density as close to the train stations and as close to El Camino as possible, so that in the future, we're not having to develop at higher density farther out into the R1 zones.
John? Through the chair. So I had thought that we would move the blue component and to the right component of C. As I think everybody else has said, I would like to go higher on the mixed use on the El Camino Real than shorter. It is a state highway. We should be able to build at height there. And as the alternate report did mention near the end of the package, is that we need to be very cognizant of the amount of land that we have available to us and maximize our opportunities, exactly what SEMA had said. And I was happy that the report actually acknowledged that. And I think this is a good example of where we need to go as high as we possibly can. So just with those couple of little changes, I would go with C.
Okay, so I would go with C as well and leave it as mixed use medium. In general, I think as opposed to the other, yeah. But I support the suggestion to change the office space to mixed use.
So through
at the purple area.
So through the chair, and I'm not trying to discourage your thinking, Margaret, yet even if something is designated as the high, it doesn't mean it's going to get built to the high, right? But you have the opportunity to do it is where I'm trying to lean.
True, although if you went to mixed use high and it says 8+ stories, does that mean that you can build a 4-story building there?
Sure. Yeah, there's no minimum. We do it all the time. Yeah, it happens all the time.
Okay.
So that's why I'm being cautious to that point.
Right. Okay, so just to be clear though, I think that your caveat wasn't what Adam and Seema and myself said. Like I'm fine with mixed use medium in alternative C in general, and then, you know, changing the office to mixed use high. So you'd have mixed use high at that point.
Right, but Seema had pointed out she would like to see a higher density in the mixed use along the El Camino Real, and I want to second that. And I think Adam was looking for input from us on how we felt about it.
Okay.
Yes, I think that's a good summary of our 4 positions.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can be, I can be persuaded on these things. I probably sound like I can be easily persuaded, but it is a 6-lane highway, I guess, that we're talking about, state highway. And there's already, like the Schwab building that was pointed out on the previous slide, I think is probably close to 8. I don't know, 6 or 8, 6 or 7 or 8 stories high.
Yeah, I think it's 8.
I mean, my thing is that, this doesn't get built out all at one time, as we all know. And so you end up with these anomalies, like this, giant Charles Schwab building or whatever it is, near these other, I mean, that's what we're talking about. That's what, that's what it becomes. Because, one property will be developed to its maximum and then the others may not ever, or maybe not for years. So, you do have that potential for, an 8-story building next to, something really small, next to, my favorite Thai restaurant on El Camino that I walk over to. Okay, so those are, I guess that's where we are on study area 1 central, right? I guess we can keep going and try to do 1 south, and then we'll kind of recap. So let's take a look at 1 south. So that is from, that's south of 36th and down to 40th, which is that the county, I mean, the city line at 40th? Assuming it is.
No.
This is 40th. It continues.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Sorry. That's study area 2. I don't know why I was thinking that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So let's look at the alternatives in the maps. Okay, Adam, what are your comments?
Sure. It's pretty simple. I would go with alternative B. However, there is a residential low parcel on 37th Avenue that I would recommend changing to mixed use low because there are existing businesses there, and I think that it would be nice to maintain that business type street, pedestrian business street there. So having mixed use could allow businesses along the ground level in housing above. So that's my only change. So alternative B with that one change to mixed use.
Seema?
I'm frantically taking notes and also looking at the general plan subcommittee slide. So I will note that from the general plan subcommittee, 5 preferred B, 1 preferred A, and 1 preferred a mix of B and C. And I'm guessing that might have been Adam.
Probably.
Like that. Yeah. So I would just echo Commissioner Nugent's comments and say yes, alternative B, but perhaps change that residential low to mixed use low. I will note that I'm going to keep in the back of my mind that we're moving a lot. So far, we have recommended moving some residential uses to mixed use. And we've got to be mindful about, maybe not in this process, but in a future process, having some sort of mechanisms to ensure balance when these are developed, because if we make everything mixed use and then they all get developed at commercial, then we have a problem. But I think that is a separate lever and a separate mechanism. The zoning should be flexible. So yeah, I'll just echo.
Well, and plus we're looking at El Camino Real right now. So
right. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, John?
Through the chair. So I don't want to get too complicated. I don't understand why we're going low along the El Camino Real with the mixed use, yet I'm assuming it's because of the residential behind, so that's fine. The red portion along the El Camino, I'm having a hard time reading this. Yeah, the long red portion. I believe that continues on into study area 2 also. And that's a portion of land that is roughly 30 to 40 feet deep. As Ken Chin had pointed out, it's only got part of it has sidewalks, other parts don't. It's a mix of properties or businesses that have been there for a long time. And I cannot envision redeveloping that property with a built environment. So what I did think about looking at it was, and it would combine study area 1 south and 2 into a solar farm, which the city could use for municipal power. It also could be a mini grid, which could also supply electrical vehicle charging stations, and use the mini grid as part of the emergency services backup power. Currently, the Office of Emergency Services is located in the basement of the San Mateo main police department, which is in a flood zone, and the transformer is in the basement, which is highly susceptible to failure in a flood. In fact, they already have to pump it out now in a heavy rain. So I think that in a perfect world, I would have a municipal power, solar power plant there, which could be used for municipal purposes, or it could be generated with PCE as a joint power, and used during emergency situations, which we are going to need. So that is my thought on El Camino Real South.
Okay, I'm not so sure I understood because that was 2.
Meaning I will take alternate B.
Okay.
With Adam's suggestion of there are some really nice businesses on 37th, and they should actually, there does need to be those commercial opportunities for them along 37th.
Okay, so I agree. I was looking at alternative B anyway, and I like the option to change to mixed use on 37th. Okay, so look, we've done 3. That's kind of exciting. So should we stop and make a motion to approve these items? Let's see. Okay, so I'm not sure that I took very good notes, to tell you the truth. So 1 north, that would be great. So can you make a motion?
So, well, first I think we should align on 1 central, because we agreed on 1 north and we agreed on 1 south. But for 1 central, we agreed on alternative C, but pulling in the mixed use high at Bovett from alternative B into alternative C. And then what we did not agree on is that some of us preferred the mixed use on El Camino to move to mixed use high, and others preferred that mixed use to remain at medium.
Yeah, and so I think Margaret had gone for the mixed use medium, and the tiebreaker is Adam. Correct?
Yes, I believe that is the case. I believe Commissioner Abnetter and I both preferred mixed use high along El Camino.
I'm not sure if he'll be the tiebreaker or we'll see.
Yeah. So the one thing that I think about is sunlight patterns in the wintertime between on 13th, 14th, and 12th Avenue, between El Camino and Palm. where that sun is going to be blocked. It's north of it in the afternoons. And so what I would actually recommend is doing the mixed use medium on that side of El Camino and doing the high on the south side, just because you're gonna get less shading. I don't know. Is that an acceptable compromise? I hate to. It's a great spot for housing, and I hate to eliminate it too much. But that, it's going to be
like
pretty.
The east side is closer to the train station, though.
I know, but still, 5 to 7 stories is still significant. That's most likely what's going to get built there, just based on economics right now. Like, it's going to be a 5/1 type construction once you get above that, unless you're doing something unique with
I think that's a fair compromise. I'm in favor of compromise to move forward.
Yeah, and I'm in favor of daylight, preserving neighbors' daylight. Okay. So now we need a motion.
Oh, I can try to do a motion. If anybody wants to double check my work, that would be great. So, I will motion to make a recommendation that we recommend for study area 1 north that we move forward with alternative B. However, changing the commercial neighborhood to mixed use medium. I forget what the cross streets are.
Poplar.
Yeah, changing the commercial neighborhood at Poplar to mixed use medium. And then incorporating the mixed use from alternative C at El Torito and Tilton, and converting the southernmost orange parcel to residential high. That we also move forward on 1 central study area with alternative C. However, incorporating the mixed use high at Bovett Road, and changing the mixed use medium west of El Camino to mixed use high. And that we recommend for study area 1 south, alternative B, but change the residential low to mixed use low.
I second that motion. Can I do that as the chair? I second that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Do we need to have anyone else do this? I guess I should ask, because we typically have Mary do the roll call.
I think for this process, a voice vote is sufficient. We're able to get all of those notes.
Okay, so all in favor, say aye.
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 John?
Aye.
Okay, and aye. I'm not sure if I did that correctly. All right, maybe I should have individually voted or asked you each. It would be more clear on Zoom.
Through the chair, before we go to the next study area, would staff mind showing the developer request slide again? I just want to make sure I'm keeping track of that as well. Okay, perfect.
All right, so now we're on to study area 2, Bel Mateo, Molly Stone area. So a quick look at it, Molly Stone's, Bel Mateo Bowl, Walgreens, and then I think we could go to the next slide. Great. So we were starting with Adam. Let's just keep this the way we were going.
Sure.
Go ahead with your comments. We could switch it up next time if you'd like.
No, this is fine. It's fine. Just keep it. It's fine. So my simple comments were alternative C, because I liked the mixed use. It's the same building envelope as basically B and A in the where the Molly Stones is, it's just you allow businesses on the bottom if it makes sense. Whereas, I worry about getting rid of the prime grocery store spot. So
Great.
that's my recommendation. C.
I agree with that. And I was just checking the general plan subcommittee. And it was 6 who preferred alternative C and 1 who preferred alternative B.
So through the chair.
And what did you say?
No.
Yes.
I'm a little confused with the configuration in C. The mixed use medium high on the bottom of the page, 4 to 7 stories high. There are all R1 homes directly across the street from that. And where the beige component is, just slightly down the page to the left, there are a little bit further down, there are 3-story apartment buildings across the street from that. And then where that L-shaped is along Olympic, that doesn't abut to anything. So I'm confused why the outside component, the perimeter, went high, mixed use high, and then the interior stayed high, but then we mix the other heights in there. I don't know why you would drop in some portions, but not along the backside of 43rd. And that was my concern. I think that should be low and leave the interior portion high.
So like alternative A for the southwesternmost property, and then
you see have alternative A. You're right. Yeah. It would be alternative A, but then looking at that component there, I would think that you could get away with where you just had your pointer there. I think you could actually get away with medium there rather than low.
Next to the right.
No. To both those components there. Oh yeah, easily, because they face in. They're not obstructing anything as far as I can tell. And then the rest of it looks pretty good. I don't know on the other side of Pacific where we've got that blue, that dark blue. I'm not 100% sure if that's the 7-Eleven and restaurant in there, and then the Samaritan House is next door to it. So the Samaritan House is right next to that component. The other one, that needs to go or needs to be redeveloped. But the Samaritan House, it's not going anywhere. So my suggestions would be to go with C, but switch out the bottom high to residential medium. And then make the component right at 43rd Avenue, both of them the darker hue of orange.
Commissioner Ebnetter, when you say high, what are you referring? Because I think everything on here is either medium.
It says mixed use medium. Thank you, Seema. I don't think it should be mixed use medium on that street. I think it should be mixed. I think it should be residential medium.
Low is what you're getting at, right? You're getting at that it shouldn't be 4 stories.
It shouldn't be over 4 stories. No. Yeah.
So it should be residential low.
But have we still incorporated? I know Molly Stone struggles in that area. They are not doing a robust business, but we've got CVS there. Do we have enough space to have the retail facilities back in place? Yes, because you've got mixed use medium in the middle, right? Yeah.
Commissioner Netter, what if it was mixed use low instead of residential low? Or is that where Molly Stone's is, in that southernmost blue strip?
Well, Molly Stone's is in the
right. It's on the other side.
Yeah, right. So the other component is their lower buildings that are commercial. They're all commercial buildings, but they're only one story high. I don't believe anything's over 2 stories there, up to 2 stories. So that was my concern, that you'd be encroaching into that neighborhood with height, which I don't think would be appropriate for the neighbors to have to deal with.
So what is your recommendation, or what is your?
My recommendation is to go to residential low, where the blue is at the bottom of the page.
Alternative C.
Yep. And
all right, got it.
And then I would do residential medium at where that odd shaped little corner is, and the piece next to it also. Both of them.
Which is already there. Yeah. Okay.
That would be my recommendation.
So I'm going to go on and make mine, and I agree with your modifications. I had already preferred C, and I think you bring up a good point. So I would say C with John's recommendations. We all said C. Do we all agree on John's modifications?
I'm not going to die on this hill, but I think that
Keep in mind it's 10:30 and we're on item 2.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I don't think it's a big deal, the difference between the low and the medium for that strip. I know it's Belmont. It's not San Mateo there. However,
it's our name.
It's, yeah, I mean, but there's actually some buffer space along the street where a fair amount of screening and trees could be planted, where it's not particularly, it's not particularly intrusive along what's called North Road in Belmont. If we were to have something a little higher, that's just my thought on there. So, but I'm not going to talk.
Okay. Well, then I guess, Sima, what do you think of John's modifications?
I don't have a strong opinion. So I think if Commissioner Netter and Vice Chair of Netter and Chair Williams would prefer that to be residential low, I'm happy to go along with that recommendation.
Okay.
But would you also consider,
converting
Margaret,
the L, the residential low L to residential medium? Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Can I have a motion to approve? Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Before we go there, if we're going to do residential low, I would recommend mixed use low instead, because there are businesses along that. And I think that if you start breaking up that property and build some residential without consistent front of businesses, you're going to kill whatever existing businesses are there. I don't know. It might be one parcel, so maybe that's moot. But I would recommend, if you're doing low, just do mixed use low instead of residential low.
I think that's a really good point, Adam. I had forgotten there are quite a few businesses there. So I think that's the right choice. Mixed use low, Margaret.
Okay, and I'm just thinking of the logistics of this. Like if you were developing, it says mixed use, it's zoned as mixed use low, and what, I guess, there's an avenue to put in all residential if yes. I guess it would be a conditional use permit or something. So I mean, there is some flexibility as we like kind of dive into the weeds on these things. Like in reality, when someone goes to develop it, there are some flexibility.
Because right now, for that to be redeveloped, I think you would need to have significant vacancies in that spot. And right now, there's not. It's pretty full. There's got a lot of businesses in that strip, and so I think it's not likely that's going to get redeveloped at mixed use low, unless circumstances change significantly for the retail and services environment right there. I just don't think it's going to be enough financial incentive. So if that's okay with everybody, that's fine. But I just think that it would not, under current conditions, it probably wouldn't redevelop.
Yeah, the only storefront that's vacant there is the dry cleaners. Everything else is active.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
and we're looking, we're looking at these all, not really hypothetically, but I mean, in the future, if somebody wants to, develop a property. So, I mean, yes, that's understood. Okay, so where does that leave us? What are we doing with that alternative C?
If I may ask a clarifying question, Commissioner Nugent, your concern is that if the zoning is low, that it won't get redeveloped because there's no financial incentive to do so, whether that's mixed use low or whether that's residential low.
yeah, right. I don't think it's going to be enough for that because, you're probably getting enough rental income from the businesses as they currently are. So it's basically to do a residential or anything low is probably going to just keep it as is unless market conditions change significantly, which probably won't because there's going to be more people living there.
And I don't know that that's necessarily like a consideration, is it, in our discussion? I mean, we are planning for, the future, but we're not proposing. I mean, we want to plan for the future for what we think is the best use of the land, but not what's going to make it the most desirable to a developer of some sort. I mean, that's not our goal, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if we feel like it would be better to have, more than what's currently there, we probably wouldn't get anything changed with mixed use low or residential low. So if we want change there, we probably would need to zone it at a medium level is my thinking.
I also think that what you're saying makes the case for what we're proposing for low. If it's a thriving, or there are businesses that are in business.
Yeah, and that's fair. Mm-hmm.
Then, why are we proposing something that would encourage development when it's actually in-place businesses that are active?
Through the chair, may I make a motion?
Yeah, I wanted to.
I'm fine with Vice Chair. I'm not making a motion.
Go ahead.
I would like to motion that we recommend alternative C, converting the mixed use medium section south of 43rd to mixed use low, and converting the residential low L around 42nd to residential medium.
I'll second that.
Second?
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. All right. So on that note, we'll take a vote, a voice vote. Do you agree, Commissioner Nugent?
Yes.
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Vice Chair Ebneter?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Okay. All right, moving on to 3, city area 3. So that is the area between 16th Avenue and 36th Avenue. So that encompasses the Hayward Park Caltrain Station and the Hillsdale train station, Bay Meadows. Also the property we saw earlier at our special meeting at 6 o'clock was within this zone. So so let's go ahead and look at the options on the next slide. All right, so
I can start again if you just want to keep consistent.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, let's keep it order. I got you all on my screen, you know, so.
Yeah, I would say, so I'll basically recommendations that I had from the subcommittee meeting, but I have a few that based on feedback from this one's probably the most complicated one. But my recommendation is that we go with, I break it up between the 2 train station radiuses. So if you look at the Hayward Park train station radius, I think that we should go with alternative B with some changes. So the main change is that the mixed use low that's right next to the train station in Hayward Park in alternative B should be mixed use medium. But the reason for that is I look at alternative C and it's recommending, mixed use high around there. And I think that there's already, the Concar and everything is already there. So I don't understand why we would change the zoning there because it just is getting built. And then on the other side around the Hayward Park neighborhood, I think that, I think mixed use high would make those neighbors freak out. And I don't necessarily think that's that useful, considering it probably would end up getting developed at the medium anyways in market conditions right now. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. Then I did like the recommendation along Palm between Hayward Park and Hillsdale, the pink area, actually changing that to mixed use. I would recommend mixed use medium. And the big reason for that is it's not by a highway. It's between 2 train stations, and those are perfect places for people to live and work. And I think that it's a missed opportunity if we don't change that. I understand completely the need for commercial service, and I think that other places in the city are probably better considering the location next to the Caltrain right there. So that's my thought for the area around Hayward Park. And then I recommend going with alternative C with some changes to the Hillsdale Shopping Center area. Using a stepped using the recommendation from the Bohannon owners group, where it's higher along El Camino and then stepped to medium, basically halfway through the property. If we can create some way to do that with our zoning, or whatever, we can figure that out. I think that is probably the best use of that space right next to Hillsdale, in my opinion. So those are my comments for this study area.
Hey, Tina. Let's see, looking at our
frantically taking notes and looking at the general plan subcommittee, which here had 5 prefer C and 2 prefer B. This is the most complicated one. After this one, it's downhill. So don't panic at the amount of discussion that this one is going to have.
Okay.
So I have very similar comments to Commissioner Nugent. However, looking at the area around the Hayward Park train station, I think I'm going to need you to explain it to me again why we wouldn't go with alternative C, because my first gut reaction is, and I believe that there was a public comment from a developer who owns property near the train station, asking that properties within 1,000-foot radius of a train station be considered high, mixed use high or residential high for that transit oriented development. So I guess why wouldn't we do that, with the caveat that it's right up against 92, and I made an argument for why we should not have residential right up against 92. So yeah. Oh, Commissioner Nugent, you're muted.
Right. The main reason is it's such a small space that it's not really consistent, broad, it's just a tiny sliver that we're looking at making, relatively high. And it just doesn't, I hate to say this, but it's not a real downtown. I don't know if it has the commercial and everything to support a bunch of people. Like it's not a real downtown. It's not like this great walkable space that our downtown is, nor what potentially the larger parcels are down around Hillsdale could be. And so it's just very fragmented. And so I'm a little concerned about adding a lot of height there. But I feel bad about that. I don't know.
Circling where Concar Passage is.
I'm sorry.
I see Concar Drive, but would someone mind with the cursor highlighting where Concar Passage, like where that development will be?
It's basically everything to the east of the Caltrain.
It's the mixed use medium with the P and the circle.
With the P, perfect.
That space there is.
But I agree.
I'm sorry.
Why are we looking at some areas that have already been, that are brand new? And we're not looking at changing those, are we? When they're already,
Yeah, the only areas that would really change are west of the Caltrain.
And I know that, I think you mean west of Hayward Park, right? Caltrain.
Yeah, west of the Caltrain corridor.
And is that Trenta Park that we're looking at? That's that, I don't know if that's Trenta Park. It's just to the very left of the train station symbol. Yeah, right there. Yeah, that's Trenta Park, I think, right? Which is like a huge, well-used baseball and softball field. And I mean, it's not huge, but it's well-used. And so I wasn't sure if that's what you were talking about, Adam, when you said it's a sliver of possibility, which is that sliver that's between Trenta and the train station.
No. The park should definitely stay. So what I'm saying is, everything
No, I know
to
you were
the
talking about the park.
Yeah.
The sliver of opportunity is the space between the train tracks and Trenta.
Got it. Because everything to the east of the train tracks is Station Park Green, which has already been developed as residential medium.
Right.
Or mixed use medium, because there's ground floor retail there.
Yeah.
Got it. So it's that tiny sliver is what we're talking about.
Yeah,
But-
so for the cursor, it's actually, if you look, it's around 17th Avenue is what I'm trying to talk about.
So Commissioner
17th.
Nugent, your concern is that bumping the other side of the train tracks to high might be disruptive to the homes that are in that area right now.
I just, yeah, I just think that you're going to get people coming out of the woodwork in that whole area around Palm and, between 15th and 16th Avenue. If that was, hey, it goes from, 3 stories all the way up to, maybe 12 stories now in that little sliver, which is, it's hard because we need the housing and this is right by the train station, but it's such a small space that mixed use high.
Currently, there's I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh no, it's.
Well, I just know the area. Like currently, there's a gymnastics studio, and there's a lot of I guess it's that commercial service area along there. Mm-hmm. And then it goes to some apartment buildings before you get to single family homes. There's apartment complexes and such. So, I mean, I don't know. It's interesting. It's a tiny little area. But
Commissioner Nugent, my concern about just adopting alternative B is it indicates the park as Station Park Green as residential medium. And currently some portions of that are mixed use. And I wouldn't want to if somebody wants to renovate the Starbucks into something else and then they can't pull the permit because it's now all residential, right? It almost feels like we need to reflect what's currently at Station Park as accurate.
Yes.
And then talk about what to do with the rest.
Right.
Well, that's a really interesting point.
If I could interject, so in looking at the map, I think Station Park Green, you can see that constant, which is the mixed use medium at the corner of Concar and Delaware.
Yeah.
It really should be expanded to include much more of around Garvey Way because that's all part of the Station Park Green project. I think it makes just that one parcel address, but so I think a lot of that area is a constant, probably mixed use medium. With the exception of the post office site, I think it's all a big chunk of that on that east side of Caltrain is all part of the Station Park Green project, which is finishing up construction right now.
Yeah.
So that should be probably reflected as mixed use medium.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would say that we wouldn't want to be creating a general plan for very recent development that is now, existing non-conforming, because that just doesn't seem fair. As you said, we could end up with somebody wanting to, a new tenant coming into a retail space or a restaurant space that now is would now have to get a conditional use permit. We're just creating problems.
Commissioner Nugent, would you be open to mixed use medium on the other side of the train tracks? Is that what you're
that's what I'm trying to say. So that everywhere so if you look at alternative B, there's a mixed use high where the Safeway is right there.
Right.
I think that's good. I think that's a good idea. And then everything to the east of that between the train tracks, I think that should be medium.
That makes sense to me. If I may regurgitate what I have heard, I think what we're aligning on, we're getting very discussion-y right now. I hope that's okay. I think what we're aligning on is mixed use medium at Concar Passage and at Station Park Green to reflect the developments that are in process. And then on the other side of the train tracks, extending that mixed use medium and then bumping up to mixed use high where the Safeway is, as is shown in alternative B.
Mm-hmm.
So one question for Zach. Isn't there another residential development in the pipeline at the Hayward Park train station parking lot?
Mm-hmm.
There is. We saw it already.
Yeah. So where is it on this map?
It's just to the east of the railroad tracks. It's the triangular parcel right at the station.
Right where the little train symbol is, yeah.
Okay, right there.
To the right.
On the east side of the
track.
Yeah, right on that side. It's a long, narrow, triangular parcel.
Okay. All right.
So,
and yeah, that one I would be okay with as a residential high or residential or a mixed use high, that strip there, because you're just butting up against Station Park Green.
So I guess we're kind of out of order here, but
yeah,
we're
sorry.
zeroing in. I guess I want to pipe in, I feel like the area that is to the west of the tracks and, around that Trinidad Park area, like that, yeah, right in there, like that makes more sense to be residential and not mixed use to me. I guess, I don't know. But
Through the chair, it's maybe, yeah. It's where the Starbucks and the Safeway are. Like, there's already some commercial around there. Yeah,
it's a little ways though, but
it is. But keep in mind that so much of the mixed use, the retail side, has not been performing at all in certain outlying areas. I mean, even at the large development right down here around the Hillsdale train station, they're not promoting as much retail ground floor than they had hoped. So
yeah,
it's going to be hard to fill those places unless they're a destination point. So I don't know. I struggle on getting the retail. We've struggled getting retail in established areas. To Adam's point, this is a little bit of an outlier, which if we might not need the retail on there, could be just residential.
I think so.
Yeah. So the reason. Sorry. You go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
So the reason why I do recommend mixed use medium there is I would recommend it with the possibility for it to be developed without any retail if the market conditions just dictate that. But I think that having the possibility for that, if it works out in it, there is demand for it, because there are going to be a lot of people that live in that space, in that area. And they're going to be coming on and off the train. So, there might be opportunities for, like a coffee shop or something that people might want to go to. Or even, like dance classes, things like that, that's already there. So I lean towards having some flexibility with the option of having any building, be able to be fully residential and not have any retail. That's kind of where I'm coming from. I totally understand what Vice Chair Ebnetter is saying about retail feasibility.
Well, I opened up this statement with saying that I wanted to keep things flexible. So your point's well taken, Adam. We need to keep different options open. So I'm not gonna argue about that point.
So I guess on this one, like you said, there's so many little pieces to it, and I'm not sure. Like, it almost doesn't seem realistic to come to a final decision on it. I mean, I guess I just feel like, and I'm trying to be cognizant of the time, because I don't think we're gonna, do great work at 2 a.m. So I'm wondering if we have to, I don't know if we have to decide on it, or if there's just individual small areas that we might want to hone in on further in the future. And I guess maybe it's a question for Zach. What are the options for how to address this? Should we just vote A, B, or C kind of thing, or?
Through the chair, I think we're actually pretty close on this. I didn't have many comments beyond Commissioner Nugent, and so like okay. I think I could make a motion unless we want to talk about the South bit.
Yeah, you're doing so well at making these motions.
So through the chair, though, I think that the letter from Bohannon needs to be addressed.
Right. I think we have to talk about that.
And I think that's a lot more important. I think that if we address that, I think we can come to an agreement.
Okay.
If we can see the letter.
Pardon me?
Do you mind if I ask if we can see the letter from Bohannon?
Well, I can tell you what the property owner input says on the slide that was presented earlier. And it says study area 3, Bohannon Development, Hillsdale Shopping Center. The request is combination of mixed use high and mixed use medium. And the idea was to be, border the residential side of the shopping center area with mixed use medium. And then, so there'd be a dividing line, I guess. And then mixed use high along El Camino Real. So I don't know where that line literally gets drawn, but that's how that blue area would get divided.
Through the chair, I asked this question in the general plan subcommittee and I can't remember the answer, so perhaps staff can remind me, but I believe that the Hillsdale Mall may be one big parcel. And so I don't know how on a zoning map we would change zoning designations mid-parcel. So in the subcommittee meeting, I had suggested just doing the whole thing as mixed use high, because then when they go to develop it, they can step it down when they develop it and, not do as high on the neighborhood side as they do on the El Camino side. And then I believe staff pointed out that likely what would happen in the future is the creation of a specific plan, like a Hillsdale Mall specific plan, where that specific plan would go into much greater level of granularity and detail around the zoning of that area. So I wonder if we even need to go into that level of detail now, if we could just wait to do a specific plan, or I don't know how long it would take when we would get to a specific plan, and maybe they would like to develop sooner rather than later, and so we should try to address it now. But I don't know, staff, if you have any guidance on that.
Yeah, I think those are all questions that go beyond the land use, and I would just caution that across the board. Land use only does so much, and there's a lot of other pieces that can go in to get to some of the topics you're raising. But for this particular area, ultimately this grouping of parcels, there's a number of them that are all under the same ownership, are likely either there's a couple existing specific plans in the area, so updating them to reflect what's being requested in the letter in some form, or creating a new specific plan over this grouping that addresses that more specific transition from east to west, from El Camino moving toward the neighborhoods.
So through the chair, I had read the letter, but unfortunately I don't have access to it now. So I believe that the timing, if the general plan goes to a vote and it's passed, then you're going to need a couple years after that to do your site-specific plan. And so, you're ways out here time-wise. I like the idea of the Hillsdale Mall's proposal of having the step down from El Camino Real. But it's a high mixed use, correct?
Yeah, and I mean, combination of mixed use high and mixed use medium. So, I mean, I don't think that we have to solve all the details of this tonight. I think we just need to, note that as we, make our recommendation that we support the property owner's request.
Right.
And
Yeah,
it can be
that's all I want to do.
Again.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. We're looking to the future. We're not saying that anyone's got a project on the table right now.
So, Adam, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Steve. Sorry. No. I was going to see what Adam's input was, but I'm not the chair. What do I think I'm doing?
You can be. I'm getting tired now. So, okay. Adam, yeah, where did we leave off? You provided comments, I think, on maybe just on one area. Do you have further comments on alternative B?
Yeah, so I would say I would recommend the 0.5 radius around Caltrain to do alternative C for around the Hillsdale station. It seems a little bit more consistent. And then with that caveat, I would recommend changing the commercial services that are around Palm to mixed use medium, just so it's one continuous space that people can live in and walk or ride their bikes to the train. I think that would be a big change, beneficial change to that space. It just those are my comments for the area around Hillsdale.
So through the chair, I like the idea initially what you said, Adam, about changing to C. That makes a lot of sense. Unfortunately, I am hesitant of taking any service areas out because we're going to lose so much. And I don't feel that we have other areas of the city that will be able to support services that we need. This is a prime example. You're absolutely right. It's beautiful real estate, prime for residential use. But I'm always nervous about not having enough small spaces for service industries.
Well, I just want to pipe up right now about that too, because I feel like there's, people I know in the construction trades, contractors I work with, they can't afford their shop space anymore. And, they're really being run out of business sometimes because it's difficult for them to, the landlord or the property owner wants to develop it. And, we need to preserve some areas in the city, and there's just not that much for these kinds of, small businesses like, construction trades, small manufacturing, this kind of businesses that otherwise end up in the Central Valley, and people are, driving in and across the state to, get steel. Miscellaneous steel manufacturers, I just think of a lot of things that I know come from other parts of the state.
Through the chair and vice chair, I in the general plan subcommittee meeting, I suggested a land swap. So there in study area 7, there is residential medium along 101. And my suggestion is that we make that residential medium along 101 commercial services, and then we make this mixed use medium so that the amount of residential and the amount of commercial services stays the same, but we're relocating over time the commercial services along the 101 where we don't want people to live because of the air quality issues, and then we're creating a residential corridor between these two train stations.
Well, and that's why I voted for alternative A in study area 7, because it does not diminish the commercial service area and it limits the housing next to the freeway. So so getting back to this, how do we stand on study area 3? I think I've kind of given my comments, but I'm just trying to see where we are here on 3.
As it stands now, I'm fine with the swap if we're able to continue to have areas for service people to perform their work. That's a great solution.
Yeah, I would say it does make sense because the stuff in study area 3 is, close to these train stations, and it's, unique land that's not, everywhere else in the peninsula besides a few spots is not walking distance to the Caltrain. This is uniquely positioned there. And you can't get that elsewhere. It's never gonna happen.
Right, but isn't there, can't a case be made that perhaps the people that work in those businesses might want to take the train to work from, the South Bay or city or, and so, they can get off the train at Hayward Station and walk to work. And so I guess it doesn't always have to be residential that has to be near the train. The jobs have to be too.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay, I keep jumping in on this one. Seema, do you have further comments?
No, I can try to make a motion.
John, do you have any further comments?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay. Do you think you can make a motion? We were all over the place.
I'm going to attempt to make a motion. So I'm going to motion that we recommend moving forward with alternative C with the following modifications: that the areas, including Concord Passage and Station Park Green, be indicated as mixed-use medium, that the area west of the Hayward Park Caltrain station be indicated as mixed-use medium, with the parcel at Safeway bumping up to mixed-use high, that the commercial services around Palm be changed to mixed-use medium, and that the Hillsdale Mall reflect the request by the developer to be mixed-use high near El Camino and mixed-use medium along the residential.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we're going to take a voice vote. So, Commissioner Nugent?
Yes.
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Commissioner Ebneter?
Yes.
And I think I'm going to say no, because I want to hold on to that commercial service area. I don't know, maybe I just know it as I know it, and it's hard for me to think of something different.
Do we want to scrap that and try something that we can all get on board?
Commissioner Nugent, I think there's other areas where we can promote commercial services, and study area 6 underneath the highway where there is proposed residential again within 500 feet. I think there's other areas where we can identify commercial services.
Okay.
So maybe then we would go back and vote again, or we would just I mean, it's okay if it's 3-1. It's still the majority vote.
Yeah.
I'm just
Let's shelve it and then maybe come back if we want to.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, we're making a recommendation to council, right, for their further as well. Okay. Study area 4 is downtown. Caltrain on one end and San Mateo Park on the other. We all know and love it well, so we can move on to the next slide.
So what was the subcommittee vote on this?
Yeah, that would be good to see if we can.
Please.
It was a bunch of detailed comments like we just did. So there were 4 who preferred alternative C, 2 who preferred a combination of B and C, and 1 who preferred a combination of A and C.
Thanks.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Adam, why don't you start us off again?
Sure. I can remember I was the one that preferred a combination of A and C, and the reason for that was I wanted to recommend, if you guys can see it, Fifth Avenue, everything southeast of Fifth Avenue, I recommended we used alternative A, and the reason for that was to keep mixed use along B Street, because there is currently businesses along that, and I don't want to disrupt that with losing the consistent pedestrian experience of having retail and other services along that. If you add residential there and you break that up, people may not walk all the way to the end. So that was my recommendation for south of Fifth Avenue. I've recommended doing alternative A. North of Fifth Avenue, or north west of Fifth Avenue, I recommended alternative C with a few changes. I think that, or one change actually, the area between Idaho and basically Fremont and north of 3rd, I suggested that be mixed use medium, not mixed use low, because it's more consistent with the buildings that are currently there in that zone. So those are my comments.
Wait, what was that last comment?
Yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry.
So yeah, this would be alternative C. If you look at alternative C, basically the area north of 3rd Avenue. Yeah, right there, that area where I would recommend that be mixed use, residential medium, not residential low. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Seema, your comments?
So I'm looking at my notes from last time. I'm trying to remember, Mayor Bonilla said something really smart. So I had in my notes last time, B south of 5th Avenue, mixed use medium or mixed use high. I think that might be what Commissioner Nugent had just said. B Street south of 5th Avenue, going with, yeah, mixed use medium or mixed use high. I think, I have that in my notes because Mayor Bonilla mentioned that between Laurel and B Street, there's already high rises. And so we should continue, as indicated in alternative C, either residential high or mixed use high in B Street and alternative C. I prefer alternative C, generally speaking, but along B Street, where it's currently shown as residential high, to do it as mixed use high, because I think we're starting to build this sort of commercial, revitalized B Street and continuing that south of 5th and south of 9th, I think would be a great idea in the long term. And I had wanted to do everywhere there's mixed use medium in downtown, to do it mixed use high, just because of the wanting to concentrate the development downtown. But I realized that some of what is shown in alternative C as mixed use medium might be like the older historic buildings that we don't want to redevelop into something higher. And then my comment was everything that is shown east of, I guess it's Delaware, as residential medium in alternative B, I would bring that over to alternative C. I would make in alternative C all of the residential low along the 3rd and 4th Avenue corridors to residential medium. Because there's already apartment buildings that are being developed along that corridor. And so I just, again, concentrate the development in the downtown area. So I'll summarize by saying alternative C, turn the residential low into residential medium along like that top T leg. And then where it's residential high along B Street, make that mixed use high.
Okay, John, your comment?
So Seema, you misled me. You said we were past the confusing part.
I was so wrong.
It gets better.
I like the idea of addressing, I actually remembered this portion, Adam, that you had brought up. I like the idea of the commercial continuing along Fifth Street or south of Fifth Street on B, I'm sorry. But I just checked the amount of population that is shown to grow downtown, and it's a little over 13,000 with alternate C, which I think would bring the downtown into range for a very vibrant district, which is encouraging. I think I understand, Adam, that you said it was on Idaho, or yeah, it's on Idaho, where there's already a little bit higher concentration of residential there, that orange band in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
So all of that is high there, but on C, it's medium, right? Medium.
It's low.
Oh, it's low?
Right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't make sense to me. Does it make sense to you guys?
No, that was what I had suggested, is making that low be medium in alternative C.
Okay. Then what else changes from alternative C that you guys have brought up?
The mixed use, I'm sorry, what's currently shown as residential high along B Street south of 5th. Or is that 7th?
Oh.
No, it's 5th. Sorry, the numbers are, that would turn into mixed use high instead of residential high. So we can have that commercial ground floor continue.
We can have Adam's choice there. Just make it mixed use high. Okay. Anything else?
Well, I saw it differently. I was looking at alternative B, because we already have development going along the, whatever that is, the 3rd or 4th Street towards 101.
Mm-hmm.
And so I didn't see why it was like that in alternative C. So alternative B made sense there. And then I feel like, because it's not very visible here, but there is sort of like, the historic zone that's kind of denoted on something I was looking at, one of the pages. And so to me, the mixed use medium in the downtown instead of mixed use high makes sense, to try to preserve some of that feel of what we have, and the fact that a lot of those are, we're talking about a historic area that are going to be lower than mixed use high. So I like that idea of we're trying to create a pedestrian place that hopefully gets daylight and sun, at a high percentage of the time of the year. So I like alternative B. Although I guess the modifications along B Street south of 5th makes sense to me as well. Okay, so
through the chair, there's so I had suggested modifying all the mixed use medium in C to mixed use high, but I'm happy to vote for the mixed use as it's currently shown in alternative C, which seems to be a mix of medium and high. So it looks like around Ellsworth, around Main Street, around 3rd or 2nd, 3rd, it continues to be mixed use medium, but but then it bumps up to high as we get farther away from like the historic downtown.
So
Yeah,
is the consensus B with a lot of modifications, or it's a combination of B and C with you're suggesting the downtown of C, but other components of B?
That's correct.
Yeah.
I mean, generally speaking, that seems acceptable to me. So that's a bit of a compromise on my part. I guess I guess I have to look at that more specifically, but
yeah, I do want to note just. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, that's okay.
I do want to note with alternative C, and I compared where the mixed use high and mixed use medium was a lot between the two, B and C, and I actually think that where the mixed use high is, especially around B Street, is better. We have some mixed use high where like Verstal is in alternative B, which I don't think that makes sense. I'd actually would prefer that to be medium, but there's the property where the donut shop is right by the train station on First. That would be mixed use high, which that's not like a historical property. And I think right next to the train station makes sense for mixed use high. So that's one of the reasons why I was like, oh yeah, the alternative C makes more sense right there. And then the other thing is, I think along 4th and 5th, having it flank both 4th Avenue, both sides of 4th Avenue, makes sense for mixed use high, because 4th Avenue is actually very wide. And so that's where you get a lot of sunlight on both sides. So if there's any one place downtown to have a corridor that's both along most of it, it seemed like 4th Avenue would be the one, because it's such a wide street compared to the other streets downtown. So those are my reasoning there for
so
kind of why.
I have a question though. I mean, if the subcommittee didn't really come to consensus on this, I guess I'm wondering, it's difficult to come to consensus on some of these ones that have a lot of complexity to them. And in fact, the subcommittee wasn't able to do that.
Through the chair, I know that staff also mentioned that it's very likely, if not definite, that there will be a downtown specific plan update at some point. And so I think to your comments earlier, I think we can keep it a little bit more generic, knowing that we are, and not go into like block by block by block, knowing that that will happen during the downtown specific plan process. So I could try to make a motion that kind of combines the pieces of B and C that we talked about, knowing that there's going to be a downtown specific plan at some point.
That would be helpful, because I don't think that we're necessarily all in agreement, but we're taking it apart in too much detail, I think.
The motion I would suggest, and then feel free to reject it if we think this is too detailed, would be motion to approve alternative C, converting the residential low on the eastern extension to residential medium, and converting the residential high along B Street south of 5th to mixed use high.
I would like you to add a caveat about the downtown to be discussed further.
Yes, with the understanding that a more detailed downtown specific plan will be produced in the future.
What does everybody think?
Sounds good to me.
That is a second. Okay. We'll take a vote. That caveat hopefully gets put in, that it's like I guess I feel like there needs to be more study there. But anyway, okay. So do you agree with the motion, Adam?
Yes.
Seema?
Yes.
John?
Yes, I do.
And I'll vote yes as well. Okay. All right. At this point, I was going to ask if there's any combinations that we could look at together. I don't remember enough about where 5 and 6 are, for instance. Oh, 6 is like not nearby. Are there any like adjacencies? I don't think there are really at this point, no. Unless we looked at 5 and 7 now, okay. Or 7 and 8, maybe. We should look at 7 and 8 together. All right, we'll look at 5 and maybe that one. Not have too much. Okay, so this is north between Peninsula and Tilton. We can look at the next slide.
And through the chair, the general plan subcommittee had 3 favoring alternative C, 3 favoring a combination of B and C, but I think I remember what that was, and it was just switching one parcel, and 1 favoring alternative B.
So there's only 1 parcel difference between B and C of the 6 people?
Yes.
Okay, what is it? Do you remember?
I think it was the Safeway, which is on Delaware and Peninsula Avenue. But I don't hold me to that. I think that was whether that should be mixed use medium or mixed use low.
And they're showing it as mixed use low now.
On alternative C.
On alternative C, yeah.
So looking at my notes from the before the subcommittee, I had recommended alternative B with one change to add the residential high that's shown in alternative C along San Mateo Drive down at the southern part.
Mm-hmm.
That was just where I was at. I'm not sure how that got recorded in the tally. That's kind of a bit of a mix, but that's where I was at. So.
And following from that, I seem to remember I agreed with that. And I believe that someone had made an argument for the mixed use low along Peninsula in alternative C.
Mm-hmm. Instead of the high.
Yeah.
Or instead of the medium.
High. Yeah, like try to create like a commercial corridor along Peninsula.
Yeah.
So that's, I recall people talking about alternative B, but bring in the mixed use low along Peninsula from alternative C and bring in the residential high from alternative C.
Does that bring us the most residences?
It's probably, you're reducing some of the residences along the Peninsula Avenue.
Yeah.
But you're adding some closer to the train station.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
On North. And the reason I was okay with the mixed use high along San Mateo Drive is there's pretty large apartment buildings along Elm Street adjacent to that. And it's pretty, it's going to be taller, but it's relatively consistent.
Isn't that residential high?
Yeah, residential high.
Okay.
What does this go down to? What's the southern end of it? I can't recall.
It goes to Tilton. Tilton, yeah.
Okay, cool. All right.
All right. So, and that's San Mateo Drive. That's San Mateo Drive?
Right.
Yeah.
All righty. Okay. Adam, will you give us your comments, please?
Yes. So,
or did you...
actually, what Seema had described is where I'm at now. So, with the, so I don't know if I want to repeat it.
I can try to restate it if that would help, which is alternative B, but bring in the mixed use low along Peninsula and the residential high along San Mateo Drive from alternative C.
Okay, sorry for that.
Yeah, no problem.
Can you repeat yourself? Okay. All right, John, did you have further comments? Or Seema, did you have further comments?
Nope.
Okay.
It looks like you've just turned my church into a high-rise.
I'm not doing anything. The city does not build so.
Be the developer. Did you have any further comments, John?
No, I'm just trying to think what's there. I do think my church is that corner. And I also think next to it, existing is low-cost senior housing. Struggle with this a little bit, but I'll support those moves.
I actually had it in my notes that I supported A here. I'm just trying to remember exactly. I guess because they border so many. I mean, San Mateo Drive is not really that residential, so I'm not sure. I don't know. Using my thoughts there. I'm not sure, to tell you the truth, because I'm not sure if I like my notes from earlier, but I think I'll defer to your judgments on this, because the interesting thing is, so the light blue is the, the low, which to me doesn't make sense along Peninsula Avenue. So I'm a little bit confused by this one, to tell you the truth.
Let me jump back in, Margaret. Let me jump back in for 1 second. This is the stretch of town that I think in the housing element has essentially all gone to housing. Maybe it's mixed use. Yet, I think there's a ton of medical office buildings and maybe ground floor dental offices. And that's been my concern with this area all along, that these changes, without having some commercial there, where do they go? Where do those dentists and doctors go?
Right. It's kind of like the commercial service area.
Yeah.
Through the chair, I'm trying to remember downtown. I think the doctor's offices, that's like 50 North San Mateo. I know that because that's where my kids go. I think that is to the south of this study area.
It
is, but there's further, like, professional offices further north between, I mean, somewhere in here is the car wash, I think, too, and that kind of thing. But there's a variety of kinds of things that aren't. I mean, some of them would work in mixed use, but some of them might not. So I guess I'm struggling a little bit with this one, that it's going to like all residential along San Mateo Drive. And I guess I don't know why I went with A in my notes, but I think actually C might provide more. Not really. C has a little bit more options in terms of offices, but so I guess I don't know. Where are we? We're on C. Are we or we're on B with modifying B?
The proposal on the table was B, but bringing in the bringing in the mixed use low along Peninsula from alternative C, and then bringing in the residential high along that section of North San Mateo Drive. And I believe that's because there's already residential high on Elm, or at least residential medium on Elm in that area.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. I understand. That makes sense to me. So we can move on.
Okay. I will motion. I will motion that we recommend to go with alternative B for study area 5, bringing in the mixed use low along Peninsula and the residential high along North San Mateo from alternative C.
Can we add to that? Sorry, can we add to that just to clarify that the parcel, the Safeway parcel on Peninsula and Delaware should remain mixed use medium from alternative B? I don't think that would get developed if it wasn't medium.
Sure. I'm okay with that modification.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I can second that. And we'll take a vote. Do you agree with these proposed alternatives, Adam?
Yes.
Tina?
Yes.
John?
Yep.
And me, yes. Okay, that's number 5. So again, I was looking for no, this wasn't it. I think it was 7 and 8 maybe. Okay, so this one's up at like Hillsdale Boulevard off of 92. Laurelwood Shopping Center's there. And we can look at the next slide.
Okay. Do you want me to just jump in? Just to keep it in. All right.
Yes. Sorry.
All right.
Looking at my notes.
Yeah. My recommendation is to use alternative B with one small change. And that would be, there's a square shaped residential low parcel at 26th Avenue in campus right there. I would recommend making that medium because you can get a nice borrowed view of the golf course there. So that's my recommendation.
All right, Seema?
I agree with Adam's recommendation.
John?
I don't see any need for the office component on the site. Mixed use medium, the blue there, mixed use low. The mixed use low, let me see. Commercial, yeah, mixed use low. The blue component is I'm fine with. Quite frankly, I'd rather have residential high where the residential medium is. There's quite a separation between these parcels and the residential unit to the north. It is up on a hill, and I don't think that it will affect the surrounding neighborhood. So where that residential medium is, I'd go residential high. Same with the corner that Adam just mentioned. And then actually I'd continue it all the way around. Yeah, I would just go mixed use low and residential high throughout the rest of the spot. So I don't think that's going to garner much support here, but that's my view of that lot. It's an incredible piece of property with fantastic views. And I honestly don't think there's any need for that commercial. There's commercial a little further up on Hillsdale, which is empty. And it's some nice looking properties, but no one's in there. And I really don't see the need for commercial up there.
Through the chair, if I could comment on that real quick. That section of Campus Drive that's like vertical in these diagrams is right up against 92. And so I think one benefit to designating that office space along it as office instead of residential is that we're keeping residences away from 92, that we're trying to possibly maintain a 500-foot barrier. I'm trying to check the exact distance now.
So Seema, I absolutely am very pleased that you have been bringing that up, because it used to be more of a focal point of mine, and I do understand it. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's, to me personally, an office complex there just doesn't work any longer. It seems like everything is turning into residential up there, and I think it's the right way to go. But toxic air contaminants are an important component for housing. There's no doubt about it. So I still think it should be residential. I have another slide come up, which I think should be residential on another freeway. I'm not taking it lightly, but I think we've been put in a position where we have such little opportunity to build residences that we have to stretch our alternatives.
Well, I'm going to, I was going to go with alternative B, although I'm fine with Adam's modification. I think that is acceptable to have office space there because it's adjacent to the mixed use, and there's some, the freeway thing is something I've been very cognizant about as I look at all these. And I guess because there's some, correlation to the mixed use medium or mixed use low, I guess. I'm not sure which one that is. So it seemed like an acceptable juxtaposition, that location. We did look at a project already for Campus Drive, and I'm not sure if it's sort of similar to what we were talking about in the other one by Hayward Park Station, like Station Green. Like, is this has a project that's in the works that we've already seen, and it's which parcels, and are we changing, proposing changing something that's already in the works?
Good point.
So that, which was residential. I don't know.
Yeah.
Would staff be able to indicate on the map where that project is? And okay. So it looks like if we went with alternative B, it would be or C or A or any. It sounds like all of them actually work with that project.
Well, I don't know that there was any office. Like, I'm not sure that A complies with what we saw already. What that's been, I think it was approved by us, and I think that B makes it more close to what we saw previously. I guess I don't know exactly what the project was on that, but anyway, that's my thoughts. B.
It's actually on both sides of 28th. It straddles. There's one lot on the upper side and one lot on the back side. I think it's covered. So can I make this motion? Then I can vote against it?
Yes.
So we are proposing alternate B with a slight modification. I hope I don't mess it up, with a slight modification to the square component at 28th Avenue to be the residential medium. And I think that's it. Was that it, Seema?
Yes, that's it.
Woo!
Okay. Can I have a second?
I'll second
that.
Adam seconded that, maybe. All right, we'll take a voice vote. So, do you approve of this motion, Adam?
Yes.
Seema?
Yes.
John?
No.
And I vote yes, I approve of it. So 3-1 for study area 6. All right. Now, are we getting close to one that we could combine?
Through the chair?
Yes.
I need 5 minutes.
Okay. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
All right.
Okay. All here? Great. Okay, we're getting closer. Let's see. I had my, well, that's weird. All right, so we are on study area 7, and I think that I was looking for opportunity to like go through 2 at once and then see if they were related. Can you show me study area 8 as well? Is that like another one along Highway 101? No. Okay, I guess it's 9 or.
Yeah, these are all along 101.
Yeah.
They're all different. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Okay. I don't know why I thought there was something else related. Okay. Well, then let's just keep going, I guess, on study area 7. So North Shoreview and Shoreview area. So Highway 1 from the DMV is on the north, and Fiesta Market. Is Fiesta Market near where I think there's a nursery just south of that that's, I guess, not in the area?
You mean the Golden Nursery? Golden Nursery is actually in study area 4, where
it must be south
yeah.
of this, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's look at the next slide. And
do you want me to start again?
Yes, please.
Okay. So since the general plan subcommittee meeting, I've changed my mind based on other people's feedback in that meeting. So my recommendation is to go with alternative A, except for the portion on alternative B that is south of 3rd Avenue, southeast of 3rd Avenue. I think that alternative B in that portion we should do. So that's where I'm at.
Great. Seema?
So where I'm at is that 101 to Idaho, which is all of the orange east of 101, is 400 feet. And 101 to Kingston, to the fattest part of Kingston, east of 101, is 350 feet. So my preference would be alternative B for the section along that mixed-use shopping district along Patricia, but that for everything along 101, I would prefer this to be commercial services.
So can I jump in, Seema? So there are already a lot of residential buildings in that area along 101 that probably will remain. So right now, only Amphet Boulevard is really commercial service, and along Idaho, adjacent to the parcels along Amphet, are already, low density multifamily. And so, if that's always going to be residential, most likely it's not going to probably change to commercial service. So I don't know where to go from there, but I understand the 400 foot.
Okay, well,
yeah, through the chair. I mean, I totally understand that if we were to rezone all of along the 101 as commercial service, that there may end up a mix of uses that is residential right next door to commercial service, and that might not be ideal. So I understand that that's not a great scenario, but I also don't want to incentivize developing residential or developing additional residential along the highway. So I'm not sure how to best balance those competing interests.
Okay. John, do you have comments, or what's your preferred alternative?
I don't know. I hadn't really thought about the 101 in this instance. I think both points are valid from Adam and from Seema. I hate it when you do get mixed neighborhoods where you've got some old commercial, some old residential, some new commercial, some mix doesn't work well. I don't think it ever comes together properly. So I'm not sure. I really don't know.
Okay, well, I'll make my comments. I would like to see alternative A, and I think that the fact that it's commercial services along Amplet is satisfactory to me. I'm open to Adam's suggestion to make that modification either way. All right, so based on that, are we able to, I don't know if we'll come to consensus on this or not. Do we, I guess, would we come to a consensus on alternative A, or?
I guess the question for maybe Commissioner Commissioner Patel, what would you propose to remedy this? Because along Idaho, there's currently residential uses and existing residences. Would you prefer to see them not change, or I just don't see that as turning into commercial service plot, like property by property along Idaho?
Well, yeah, and actually, I guess I agree with the other comments that have been made that I don't see it as desirable or, fair to the other residents along Idaho to have that change kind of come in on a piecemeal basis. And I guess the other point I was going to make is that, it's possible to develop, new residential while, maybe not. I was going to say, it's facing Idaho, so it would be, not facing the freeway, and it would have, which would provide less impact to the residential spaces.
Through the chair, may I ask the staff, what's the proper zoning for hotels? Because on the east side of 101, along Kingston, between Kingston and 101 appears to currently be a bunch of hotels. So I'm curious how that is currently zoned.
Or in this new general plan update.
It would fall into the commercial. You could probably either do regional, oftentimes.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm reading it as.
Yeah, I think I can understand alternative A west of 101 and wanting to keep the residential along Idaho. I guess the question is the current residential use low or is it medium? Like, are we enabling people to build more residential, or are we enabling what's currently there to stay?
Maybe it should be what's currently there, which is going to be low.
Mm-hmm. And then on the other side, do we do commercial service or commercial regional, because the current use is hotels, and I can get behind hotels because people aren't generally residing in them long term, so their exposure to the highway is short.
So there is a currently hodgepodge of existing properties there, and I don't know all three scenarios east of 101 in Shoreview are the same, and I don't know if there's actually a whole lot of change envisioned there, but there's existing apartments, there's existing townhomes, rather new townhomes and apartments along that currently, and so it doesn't look like that's going to change that much, but there already is. There's some hotels, but there's a lot of apartments too.
Yeah, we saw a project recently. Well, I guess it's been a while now, but one of the first things I saw when I was on planning commission was a project that was residential, say Monte Diablo and Kingston, probably less than 500 feet. So it's pretty hard to stick to that. Okay, well, I guess I'm not sure if we how to proceed with this one. Is there enough support for alternative A to make a motion? Or is there, or can we can also just be divided, I suppose. Adam, do you want to make a motion on this one?
Sure, I'll make a motion, see where it goes. All right. I motion that we use alternative A with the exception of the area south of 3rd Avenue, where it is going to be alternative B. So where the shopping center is and along 3rd Avenue. Right.
I'll second that motion.
Okay.
Okay, let's take a vote. Do you approve of that motion, Adam?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Emma?
No.
And I'll say yes. So it's 3-1. In the interest of time, we have to agree that we won't be getting consensus. All right, it is midnight. So let's see, we've got a couple more. And I think actually maybe it's just 2 more because number 10, I guess, is not applicable.
Right. So we're almost done.
All right, number 8, Parkside Plaza. So this is where the large San Mateo Marriott Hotel is. And I was commenting that I went to get a COVID test from the Virus Geeks in the beginning of January after the holidays. And I waited in a line in my car for about 2 hours. So I had a really good view of the hotel and then the property to the north as I inched along, waiting to arrive in the parking lot at the Marriott and get my COVID test. I'm glad those days are kind of waning and getting behind us. So that's what we have on the north, on the left, upper left section. And then Parkside Plaza is the area over by across the street from the fish market, right?
Yes.
That's our kind of landmark area there. So let's look at the next slide. Obviously, lots of freeways here.
Through the chair, do we have a letter addressing part of this plaza area from a developer?
Well, we do. I
believe there are several comments from the area.
I have the property input slide on my phone here. Yeah, there it is. Great. So that's item for the area 8, the third one down. PS Business Parks have requested it to be mixed use medium. And I think that the letter and the proposal was that an appropriate way to develop this site would be to have commercial or office space along the freeway, the frontage road and the freeway, and then residential along, I think that is that Grant, along Grant, as a way to break up the site. So I thought that was a good proposition.
And Crossroads is looking to go R&D, office high, and Windy Hill wants residential medium or mixed use medium. I didn't think that's what, okay.
Actually, I hadn't seen the Windy Hill, I guess, or maybe I did, yeah, okay. All right, so let's look at the alternatives.
I'll go first again. Let's bring this up. My recommendation is to use is to use option B and then change the property between Amplet and Grant north of the Marriott. So the Bayshore Corporate Center to mixed use medium. And then I would say change the Smart and Final. What is this? What is this? I don't know the shopping center. It's on Norfolk and Fashion
Parkside
Island.
Plaza.
Yep, Parkside Plaza. I would recommend changing that from residential medium to mixed use medium. So those are my recommendations. I'm curious to hear what other people say.
And that was B, is that right?
Yes, sorry. Alternative B.
I am trying to find my little map so I can do my measuring. So my concern, as always, is with putting residential uses along 92 and 101. And so I have concerns about the, sorry, my map is all messed up. I forget measuring it, but I've measured it before. And essentially what is shown in alternative C as mixed use medium along Fashion Island Boulevard, most of that falls within 500 feet of 92. Same with what is shown as residential medium on the south side. Yeah. So I have concerns with both of those being residential uses. I'm okay with the proposal by the property owners between Amplet and Grant because they've expressed an openness to putting commercial along the highway and then putting residential along Grant. So along Grant, it's like just at that 500-foot limit. So I feel a little bit better about that. And what's currently shown as Office High, I believe that developer has requested R&D as part of that. I don't know, considering there's no office or R&D, I don't know how we would indicate that in the zoning.
That would be a zoning thing, not a general plan, perhaps, unless we meet.
Okay, so I guess my overall feedback is I'm okay with, I'm okay with the developer request between Amplet and Grant. I'm okay with showing the Office High where it currently is. I have concerns about any residential uses along Fashion Island Boulevard, and I wonder if this is another opportunity to put some commercial services underneath 92 or commercial regional where the Smart and Final currently is. I mean, keep it at commercial regional. Because there isn't any residential south of 92 right now, right? So we wouldn't be, it's like an RV lot, right? we wouldn't be changing a use if we made that commercial services. Commercial services south of 92 and maybe like commercial regional north of 92. You might be able to convince me mixed use north of 92 if there was a way to do it in which like the developer did something similar to what the one has proposed between Amplet and Grant, where they split it so it's not commercial bottom story, residential above, but it's like commercial against the highway, residential away from the highway.
Okay, John?
So I think the address is 1720, where they've got the existing 6 buildings. And I would like to do a model similar to what Bohannon wanted to do and put the commercial high, I think is what Seema may have just said, along the highway, and then step it down for residential behind. I would like to see commercial high and residential, I guess residential medium, because you are going to be butting up against a lot of other locations out there. I don't have a problem with the office high, yet I think the request was to have it as biotech R&D, and that seems a little bit of a stretch to me. I have spent a decent amount of time. Pardon me?
It wasn't I don't think the request for R&D was at that property.
Oh, you don't think it was? Okay. Okay, I thought it was. Where is
I believe it's where the office high is currently indicated.
Yeah. Isn't that what I said?
Yeah, I Google Maps it. It was south of Concar.
Yeah, I'd be real cautious about, I mean, office is fine, but I'd be real cautious about going R&D there. I have spent a decent amount of time in those environments, and I would feel somewhat cautious about going R&D with that much residential around. Zach, can you show me what side or where the Windy Hill property would be at the fish market? I think I know, but if you could highlight it.
It's that
okay.
long
part. Just that one there, right? Okay.
It's that proposal that we're guessing.
Now I thought they were going, their proposal was residential high, but I just saw on that graph it was mixed use resident or mixed use medium.
Yeah.
I believe they requested residential medium, but we're open to mixed use medium.
It says residential medium or mixed use medium for the request.
Okay. I thought they were
next to the water.
Yeah, I thought they were going higher. So I'm fine with whatever the rest of the group wants to go mixed use there. And where exactly is 92 coming through here? Does it bisect or go over Fashion? Yes, I thought. Okay. So there is a bunch of residential pretty close to there, aren't they?
Yeah. Yes, there is. It's all residential, single family residential.
Yeah.
Do you mean to the north of that?
No, to the south.
Oh, to the south.
Yeah.
Fiesta Gardens.
Yeah. So, yeah. What did you want to do with that area, Seema? What's your suggestion?
My suggestion is where it's shown orange residential medium south of 92 to make that commercial service. And I'm looking at it now. I don't think that's residential. Is it? It's because there's the Pulte homes.
Yeah, it's right. That Pulte should be right south of that. And there's an office building there also that's probably going to end up going away.
Maybe these satellite images are out of date, but like Waters Park Drive looks to be south of that orange.
It is.
Parcel.
And there's a power station or substation there also, I think is shown that there. So yeah, Waters is right along the highway directly south of there. Not that that's a good thing, but that's what's being currently built.
That, I believe, is not within 500 feet. Yeah, Waters is like 800 feet from.
Yeah, but it's adjacent to 101.
92.
Yeah, it's next to 101. You can hit it with a rock if you throw it.
Oh, I see. I see. It goes all the way up to 101.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Okay, so 1720, I like high commercial, medium residential, commercial mixed. What's the piece directly below that? Is that where the hotel is?
That's correct.
Existing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Then we're seeing commercial
I
retail.
think the dark purple is the hotel, right?
No, the dark
No.
purple is where there's currently office.
Oh.
It's like Survey Monkey and
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it. I see Concar. Yeah.
So what's the idea of sandwiching that office building with a different land use or designation?
Talking about the one with the P on it, and then the one where the hotel is.
Just right of the P, yeah. Why are we sandwiching that with mixed use?
Those are different. Those are different parcels, and one is just a shop on the corner. It's opposite Trader Joe's, and then the other one is the YMCA.
Oh.
Carpet, Conklin Brothers.
Yeah, one's an old video store.
Oh, wait a minute, Trader Joe's.
The YMCA.
Trader Joe's is going to go away. That's
Yeah,
part
I'm
of
just
Concord,
trying to
right?
orient
No,
you.
I got that.
Yeah.
Okay, so it just slipped. Oh, I see. I didn't realize it bisected that area. Oh, interesting. Okay.
All right. Is that everything?
Yeah, but I didn't really say anything.
Yeah. Well, okay. If you have anything else to say, go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was looking at A or C here. And yeah, I support the owner proposition or proposal, I guess, to go to mixed use medium at the kind of top left portion of, I don't know, I guess I've been looking at A, and so looking at A, modifying that to be mixed use medium makes sense. There's a lot going on at that, obviously at the Trader Joe's site and such. So, I mean, maybe I should be looking at, I had been, I mean, they're all a little bit similar. Now I'm waffling. I guess I could look at, let's take C, look at option C, and going ahead with the proposal from the owner for the property at the top for mixed use medium. And then I support SEMA's modification of the residential medium that's like just to the south of like Fashion Island Boulevard and the freeway. And to make that, I would support making that commercial services as well. I feel like the area across the Fashion Island Boulevard, I was allowing that those areas to stay, the Windy Hills property and the other one to stay as either medium low or mixed use low or mixed use medium. They're, you know, they're near a library and a park and a waterway right there for, you know, right, the Windy Hill property. And it seems like there's a fair number of amenities, so that neighborhood currently, you know, benefits from. So it's fine with that. Okay, so.
Support what you just said.
Pardon me?
In the interest of time, I would support what you just said.
Okay.
So just one caveat, I do know firsthand that 1720 would prefer to have the higher options to build, even though their letter did not say that. So.
Well, I prefer medium. I think there's a waterway there. There's sort of a view. I don't know. I guess it just seems a little out of place. There's
I believe
a whole lot
Commissioner Ebnetter is speaking about the section on the left.
Yeah.
Along the 101. That make it commercial high along 101 and residential medium along it.
Got it. Okay. Well, again, we're not going to split the parcel, but we would just have to note that somehow that it would be addressed in the future. It doesn't have to be addressed tonight, but we agree with the owner's request for that property and for the other one that I was looking at along the water. Okay, so do you want me to make a motion?
Yeah.
Sure.
Please.
Okay, I make a motion to approve accept alternative C with the modification of, I don't know what the property address is. The property at the northernmost piece to become mixed use high or mixed use. Sorry, I'm not doing a very good job of this motion. I didn't take notes. Did you say mixed use medium?
PS Business Parks, if you want to refer to it.
You can leave it at mixed use high if you want, Margaret.
Okay, let me start over. I want to make a motion to accept alternative C with PS Business Park being modified to mixed use high as requested, and the area that is to the south of Fashion Island Boulevard to not be residential, but to be commercial service. And
I second that motion.
Okay. We take a vote?
Yep.
Do you agree with this motion, Adam?
Yes.
Seema?
Yes.
On?
Yep.
And I do as well, yes. Okay, so that's number 8. We are on number 9. Getting really close. Okay, so this is the area along Hillsdale Boulevard, Marina Plaza Shopping Center on one side of the freeway, and on the other side of 101, it's Hillsdale Inn. Let's take a look at the next slide. Okay, who would like to go first? We could give Adam a break from going first. You want to go first, Adam?
Sure, I'll go first. My input from the subcommittee was alternative B. However, I know this is right next to 101 in this area. I really don't know what to do with, because it is kind of just crammed up against a lot of cars moving fast along Hillsdale. So I'm open to other options.
Well, I'll just make my comments. I think option B generally made sense to me as well, except car portion. Seema?
I'm really struggling to remember. I wish I could look at the video of what we discussed at the general plan subcommittee, because there were some really smart comments around this one too. Looking at the table, it looks like 3 supported A, 3 supported C, and then there was 1 mix. And I believe it was Adam, so I hope you can remember. I think you advocated for the commercial neighborhood south of Hillsdale Drive to remain.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound familiar? And I think that I think I remember that being important.
Yeah, it was because of the proximity to 101 as opposed to adding residential in that spot.
No, the little red strip south of I think it's Hillsdale, like the bottom left of the, you advocated for that to remain commercial neighborhood.
Yeah, that's where BevMo is and a couple other things right now.
That makes sense.
Yeah, there's a gas station, there's BevMo, there's a car wash, and then there's 2 or 3 independent stores in those red areas, and it's an important area. The businesses are well supported, so I think it's great because it's really kind of the only little shopping available to us other than Whole Foods. But they are definitely busy, and they're family owned, and they bring a different variety of product to the areas. And I think they've been there for a decent amount of time. With the
sorry, go ahead.
No problem. Zach, the Franklin Parkway, the purple, that's built out, isn't it? The overview map I saw.
It's Kaiser.
Yeah, that's built.
It is, yes. It's office. It's Kaiser office building.
Mm-hmm. And the other side, the commercial neighborhood, 1 to 2 stories with a little carve out commercial 3+ stories. That's where the Denny's is, and there's a bank over there. That should definitely be redeveloped. SEMA, though, it is. Okay, so they've just got commercial neighborhood. They don't have any residential there. What's that pink little sliver? Commercial service, 1 to 3 stories. And then that tan.
That's a gas station.
Yeah, there's a gas station. And then that tan directly across. I don't know what that little block is on the west side.
That's currently a nursing.
No, the nursing's on the other side, and it recently went through a remodel. So that's shown as residential. Well, that's what it is. It's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
So, what's the difference between 1 and 3 other than, what is that? Commercial regional 3+ stories. And that over there is commercial neighborhood. Commercial regional, commercial neighborhood. Oh.
There's a 40 home difference between A and C.
Yeah. Okay.
So
then,
yeah.
Then, Margaret, do you have any input?
Well, I actually, changed what I said earlier. I actually like alternative C. I'm not sure what I was earlier.
Okay. Would we like to vote on that?
Yeah. Should I make a motion to approve alternative C?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone second that?
I second that.
I'll even third it.
Okay. So do you approve the motion to accept alternative C, Adam?
Yes.
Seema?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Okay. Now it's done.
Only one without modifications so far.
You knew we'd get there one time.
Okay, so number 10 is like Bridgepoint Shopping Center and the area surrounding it, Highway 92. And it seemed to me, I think, wasn't on the next slide, aren't they all identical, basically?
They're not. If you go back one slide, there's a slight difference in jobs, right? So B produces a significant more number of jobs than A or C.
But but there's no difference. I don't think there's a difference in these plans.
No, there's not. Like something we read said not applicable. They're all identical.
Yeah.
So I'll make the comment here that I made at the general plan subcommittee, which is so that thick road is 92. And you know, I proposed a crazy idea, which was like swap the office and the mixed use high. So put the office along 92 and then push the mixed use high out. Or I think, you know, it's fine to leave it mixed use high if, again, as it gets developed, we're mindful of putting commercial against 92 and then residential against Bridgepoint. I don't know if or how we can require that at this point in the general plan, or if this turns into another specific plan. But that's my hesitation about this, is that we're not building residential up against 92.
Okay. Any other comments? Adam, do you have comments?
No, I understand where Seema's coming from, so I don't know. I don't have a solution though.
And maybe we can recommend to just investigate that or do a site-specific plan or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Which they're going to have to do anyway, right?
And I guess I didn't really, you know, I mean, I saw they were all three the same. It seemed like there wasn't really any alternatives to us. I wasn't, you know, I guess I'm not sure that we need to do anything with this. I think we can, I guess we can recommend for any of these alternatives with the caveat that housing along the development along the freeway be not be housing. That seems acceptable.
Yep.
Okay. Do we need to make a motion on that and vote for that?
I motion that we approve. I guess I should ask staff, like, if you go back one slide, there is a difference in the numbers, how the numbers are calculated. So I want to be careful we're not inadvertently actually choosing between something. I mean, if I were to look at this, then I would say C, but it looks like they're all zoned the same. So I just want to be careful we're not picking something with implications if we were to pick A versus B versus C.
It just represents that there's a, because of the office and mixed use designations, that there's a range of intensities that could occur under these same land use designations.
Okay, got it. So I recommend that I motion that we recommend alternative C with the caveat that as these sites are developed, that residential not be placed against 92.
I have a second.
Second it.
Adam, thank you. All right, let's take a voice vote. Do we approve the motion for alternative C with that caveat? Adam?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Tina?
Yes.
And I'll say yes as well. Okay, that is number 10. So with that, we can close this item. Okay. I do not think there's anything else we need to do with that agenda item. So at this point, we need to ask if there's any reports or announcements from staff.
Just real briefly, for our next meeting, which is, we are looking at, let me pull up the schedule here, April 12th, we have one item, code amendments, which is tentative. So there's a reasonable likelihood that our next meeting is canceled. And then our meeting on the 26th, brace yourselves. We are bringing our draft housing element forward. So sure, there will be another one with lots of discussion. So those are for April, those are our 2 meetings that are in the mix. And then this item, as we noted, will be going to council on April 18th. And then the other thing to note, I just wanted to let everybody know, our planning manager, Manira, she will be taking the front seat in staffing the planning commission moving forward. So we'll all still be here as well, but she'll be the one providing the updates at the end of the meeting instead of myself. So exciting transition coming forward in April.
Yeah.
Welcome. All the report.
Okay. Thanks for letting us know all that. And with that, I think we can adjourn the meeting.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. All
Thanks,
right.
everyone. Good night.
Yeah, have a good
Good
night.
night.